I'm going to go ahead and bring this meeting to order of the City Council on Tuesday, March 9th. And currently, we're going to be going into closed session in just a moment. But prior to closed session, we would like to see if there's anybody that has public comment on items 1 and 2 of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you are joining by phone, press the *9 option to raise your hand. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. Please give your name voluntarily for the record. We'll start with Jaleel Baker. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for bringing this issue to order. My name is Jaleel Baker. I currently serve as the president with the Sacramento NAACP Youth Council, and I'm here just to put in a public comment and talk about the history of the sign and the noose that has been displayed.
So Jaleel, can if you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt you here for just a
Sure.
moment. That's an item that's 12.1 on our agenda. And it's going to probably be, and I'm just going to guess, in about a half an hour, maybe a little less. But I don't want you to stick to that time, but it's not the item that we're discussing right now.
Oh, not a problem. I wasn't sure. Thank you, but I definitely would. I would definitely yield my time until you guys talk about that.
All right. Thank you so much. That'll be item 12.1 on our agenda.
All right. Thank you.
All right, we'll take comment from Kirk Smith. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess if I remember what that item is, the second one, it's about purchasing the 2 buildings. And I understand that when you have closed door sessions, it's because you want privacy when it comes to negotiation of price. But isn't there some more background you could give us on the history of this proposed acquisition and what the issues are without regarding what the price is that you want to offer or not offer? I think it's a subject of great importance, so more information would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. And I don't see any more hands up for public comment on these 2 items, so I'm going to bring it back to our council, and I'm going to refer to our City Attorney, John Driscoll, on that particular matter.
And I'm not sure exactly what it was you wanted me to comment on, Mr. Mayor. Was the last comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. The last comment in that he thought that we should have more information on this item prior to going into closed session regarding this issue.
Well, there'll be an opportunity for that, Mr. Mayor. If the council were to proceed, the city were to proceed with an acquisition of real property, that agreement would come up in open session for approval in open session. It's just that the issue of negotiations that is in closed session and the terms of any potential agreement, but that agreement would have to be discussed in open session and approved in open session.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to join to closed session, and we should return on or near 6 p.m. We'll see you then. Thank you. And good evening, everybody. I'm going to bring this meeting of the Placerville City Council to order on, March 9th at 6:11 p.m. And if you would please join me, stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. And Mr. O'Connell, if you would help us with roll call, please.
Mayor Thomas,
Here.
Vice Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Burley,
Here.
Councilmember No,
Here.
Councilmember Saragosa.
Here.
All right, thank you very much. So we have no ceremonial matters. We have a closed session report with our City Attorney, John Driscoll.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, the council did not take reportable action in closed session. However, it did continue the closed session item, item number 2 in particular, to the end of this council meeting.
Should we report the recusals?
We'll report back after that,
Okay,
after closed session concludes at the conclusion of this meeting.
okay. All right, thank you very much. And then moving on, if we can get a motion to adopt the agenda.
Move for adoption.
Second.
All right, second, great. And roll call, please, Ms. Collins.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. All right, thank you. And moving on to item number 6, announcements and presentations to the public. This is 6.1, brief comments by the city council. And if we could start with Patty.
Well, I attended all this on Zoom, transportation, LAFCO, and then had a meeting with our city manager and several phone calls with constituents regarding city business. So, and busy.
Thank you, Patty. And Councilmember No.
I also had LAFCO in transit. Spent the last week with volunteers pulling Scotch broom out on the trail. I just wanted to thank those volunteers in the city. It's a good project that worked together. A lot falling into the trail, cleaned it up quite a bit. And yeah, that's what I have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Taylor. Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor Taylor.
I attended several commission meetings, which I'll talk to you under item 13. And other than that, nothing to report.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Zaragoza.
Same commission meetings. I had some training at SACOG just on getting oriented to run or chair the Policy and Innovation Committee on a few of the items there that I'll report more out on then as well. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I attended a Transportation Commission meeting, as well as I sit on the board of a California League of Cities, and we had a meeting there where we discussed, since that's not on the later on in the agenda, I will share with you really quick that we'll be hosting via Zoom, and it's not that exciting hosting a meeting on Zoom when you're bringing a bunch of cities together, but we're going to give it our best on, let's see, May 28th, I believe it is, the city of Placerville will be hosting, where we learn and we share our information, what we are doing in our city with maybe 30, 40 other cities around probably Northern California. They show up via Zoom. They like to do it in person because it's a lot more fun, but via Zoom, and we kind of we share what we're doing. And this last meeting a couple weeks ago was hosted by West Sacramento, and learned some valuable information, some great ideas of what they're doing. Of course, they're a little bit different than us, but it was nonetheless valuable to see how other cities are doing what we do. And so with that, that's the end of my brief comment. So with that, we're going to move on to item 6.2, update on application received for committees, commissions. And this is Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to recap, Susan Rodman and Mickey Kaiserman were reappointed to the Measures H&L Sales Tax Committee at the February 23rd City Council meeting. Planning Commission interviews were held at the special meeting on Tuesday, March 2nd. And the City Council appointed new commission member Nicole Gottberg and reappointed Commissioner Michael Friend to each serve a full 4-year term. And the application period for the Recreation and Parks Commission, as well as the Placerville Economic Advisory Committee, was extended to today, March 9th, deadline 5:00 p.m. Currently, the Recreation and Parks Commission has 3 open seats, and we did receive 3 applications. The Placerville Economic Advisory Committee has 4 open seats, and we received 6 applications. So I will be reaching out to each of you to poll you for your availability to schedule a full City Council interview for the Recreation and Parks Commission, and then to the City Council Subcommittee for the Peak interviews, and that would be Councilmember Saragosa and Mayor Thomas. So I would just like to thank everybody who applied, and that concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. All right, and next we're going to go to Chief Wren, and he's going to give us a presentation to the City Council on the viability of a drone program for the Placerville Police Department, including equipment, training, and programs. And I'll turn it over to Chief Wren.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Actually, I'm going to have Sergeant Andy Litzius. He's going to do the presentation. He actually did the study, reached out to our law enforcement partners in the area who do have active drone programs. So he's going to be coming on here in a second. Andy.
All right, am I here?
You are here. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, council. Let me try to get through this. All right. So I put together this little presentation. It's going to be about 10 minutes. Let's talk about specific uses for UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicle systems. They can be used for locating missing children, at-risk missing adults, natural disasters, fleeing suspects, active shooter incidents, SWAT operations, vehicle pursuits, and as we saw recently, the special events and protests. The Sheriff's Department came out and used theirs, and it was pretty neat to watch how good the footage is. This just goes over the difference between what a UAV and a drone, the difference between them. Basically, the UAV is 4.4 pounds and it can't be equipped with any type of weaponry. Drones are, more what the military uses. Outside agencies utilizing them, basically all the agencies around us are utilizing drones, and a lot of agencies in the Bay Area. Notable deployments. One that's really neat, if you have time to watch, is the Lake Oroville Dam. And also PG&E uses them to inspect their poles, which is pretty interesting to watch. Fires and all of that is on YouTube. What's needed to fly and operate? The FAA Part 107 certificate. That allows flight for commercial use, certificate of authorization given by the FAA, which grants permission to fly within specific boundaries and parameters, valid training and operational emergency certificate of authorization needed. So for law enforcement, usually agencies get both, and the COA is what allows you to fly over a certain height and at night. Monthly trainings, if this gets going, monthly trainings would be required per policy. It'd be about 4 to 8 hours once a month. Things they should not be used for: to conduct random surveillance, to target a person based solely on individual characteristics, to harass, intimidate, or discriminate against any individual, to conduct personal business of any type. Fourth Amendment concerns. All this, there's a lot of information there. Authorized missions: life preservation and public safety missions, to include search warrants, barricaded suspects, hostage situations, active shooters, explosive ordnance disposal, FLIR, and officer involved shooting scenes, major crimes, missing persons, promotions, training missions. They actually make a lot of different software for the drones where you can fly over a scene such as this, and it'll measure everything out to within millimeters. I contacted a company and got kind of an estimate, a rough estimate, for 2 drones, unique, which is what a lot of military and law enforcement, fire departments use. A lot of the expense can come from the cameras, not just the drone. So 2 drones, the cameras, the FLIR, which allows you, the heat, it detects heat, and all the other goodies come to around $10,000. I contacted Roseville and they spent upwards of about $120,000, just because they have a lot more drones in their fleet. Here's a quick video of the ones that I'm looking at. So that's more of like the PG&E, the bridge type inspection there. I want to go over, this one shows more of law enforcement's use, and Chula Vista has a really good program. So this video is a little bit better. They actually have a whole team dedicated to the drone. So as you can see, it could help us out a lot at setting up perimeters and keeping track of where people go when they run from us. Benefits would be cost effective. You know, a lot of times we don't have to call in a helicopter a lot, but when we do, you know, it takes them a long time to get here. And we could just put the drone up in the air and probably find whoever we're looking for relatively fast. The operational period is about 25 to 30 minutes per battery. It lets you know when the battery's going low. It'll fly back to you with a push of a button. Very easy and user-friendly. And that's about it. I think it'd be great to, you know, if we had a missing kid or something, to be able to put that up in the air, and it'll just give us one more tool in our arsenal to find what we're looking for.
Thank you, Andy. And just for some real world tangible to our city examples of successful drone deployments, Andy did mention during events within the city, we utilized several different drones for the protection of life and property. And about 3 weeks ago, we had an incident over by McDonald's off of Broadway, where a potentially armed subject hid within the culvert underneath the parking lot there by McDonald's. And the drone was able to fly within the culvert and through voice command, through voice audio, order the suspect out, and he was taken into custody without incident. So, you know, the drone is one of these things we've talked about as a command staff. That is it's a want right now. It may not be a need, but it's definitely something going in the future that we want to take a more serious look at. So with that, if you have any questions, I know Andy will stay on the line, and I'll try to help out as well.
Everybody's on mute.
All right, thank you very much. I'll say it all over again. Thank you very much, Officer Letzius and Chief Wren. It looks like Kara Taylor does have a question. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. I was just wondering, you know, I know that there's some continued training that's required for this program. Do we currently have the staff and the staff time available to keep up with the training and all of the requirements, licensing for the drone program?
Yes, most agencies meet for training monthly, 4 to 8 hours. I contacted some people at Roseville, and they actually train with a combined group of like 10 different law enforcement agencies on that one day. And they go over, you know, what they've been using them for and tips and tricks and everything like that. As far as like flying them, from what I understand, they go super high in the air. You can read a license plate from like 300 feet away. But they're very easy to fly, and they have like a homing button where you can just hit the button and it'll come right back to you. So yeah, there is training, but it's not going to be, you know, a perishable skill training such as, you know, use of force and driving and you know, even like canine training. So.
Right. Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
Thank you. Two of the reasons that I was particularly interested in this and asked that it be brought forward is I think two of our major issues here are Highway 50 and fire prevention, and then the homeless issue. And I think that, you know, our location, you know, we're kind of like in the canyon, and we have so much forestation, and I just think that both you know, that a drone would be just so helpful in any scenario that I just mentioned. So thank you for bringing that forward. But I just think it's certainly something we should consider, and I think the sooner that we can implement the program, the better.
And I do know that also the fire department is looking into them as well.
I was wondering if we could do maybe like a combination. I know, maybe for grants or something that both of you could partner.
And I've reached out to them, and that is something that we could look into.
That's great. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
More question.
Yes.
How easy is it to use the drone from the sheriff's department? Is it pretty quick to have it deployed and to partner up with them if a need arises?
Well, it kind of all depends on what day of the week it is and who's working from the drone team. So it could be, hey, we're looking for a drone. Okay, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Or it could be, hey, we're looking for a drone. Okay, well, we have to call somebody in. It's going to be an hour.
Okay.
So it kind of depends on who's working.
Okay. Quick question for me is does this, the Yannis, is this the same drone that the sheriff's department uses?
No, I believe they use, I believe they're called DJIs. And I looked into them, but I think if you try to get a grant, you aren't able to purchase the DJI with a grant.
All right. All right. And just for the public's interest, this is an information only item at this point. The chief of police and Officer Litzius is not coming to us asking us for money at this time, but they want to present to us and give us an idea of what they're looking at, and if we do have it on a future agenda, we'll at least have some better understanding of what we're looking at here. So thank you very much for the presentation. And any final words, Chief Wren?
No, just thank you, Sergeant Lysias. I appreciate your time and effort on this. And you're right, Mayor. We think it's maybe a viable tool in the future, something we want to bring back and take a serious look at.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. All right. And we're going to move on to item 6.3. Nope, that was 6.3. We're going to move on to public comments and brief items that are not on the public comments that are brief and not on the agenda. And this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda except by special action of the City Council under specific circumstances. We reserve the right to limit the speaker's time to 3 minutes. You are not allowed to make any personal attacks or on individuals or make comments which are slanderous or which may invade an individual's personal privacy. With that, I'm going to ask our city manager, Clint Morse, if he has anything for written communication.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You did receive written comments on agenda items. I'll just outline those. Under item 6.3, which you just heard, there was a comment that the council received from Nicole Gottberg. And then on item 12.1, you received several comments from the following: Nicole Gottberg, Margie Lopez Reed, Bonnie Morse West, Sarah Angelo, apologize, Sarah, if I mispronounced that name, Lynn Moran, Kayla Lopez, Anna Rulan, and Fran Little. So those are all related to item 12.1 and have been passed on to the City Council.
All right. Thank you very much. And let's go on to item 7.2, oral communications. And this is the time where if you want to speak on something that is not on the agenda, now's a good time. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, public comment is now open for item 7.2, items that are not on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Raise your hand and I will call upon you. If you're joining by phone, I'll call upon you using the last 3 digits of your phone number. We'll start with Mike Carey and Ricky. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, it looks like they put their hand down.
Mr. Mayor, I did lower their hand, just waiting
Okay.
for them to unmute. We can give them another second, or you tell me when to move forward.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and let's see if they put their hand back up, and let's move on to the next person.
Jaleel Baker, go ahead.
Yes, I was just chiming in. Thank you all for bringing up the last discussion here. I just wanted to make a comment that, you know, we have to be very considerate about what type of society we want to create in our towns and our cities. And to heavily surveil without any type of enforcement or regulation around that is something that y'all should consider when thinking about surveillance in your communities. And so I think that we should all be concerned about our Fourth Amendment rights to privacy and what our backyards are looking like in terms of surveillance. And we should all be concerned about how we regulate the police's use of those surveillance tools and whether or not we want a heavy police state as a society that we are leaving forward and trying to develop here. And that's in your hands. And so that's what I just wanted to go ahead and share. Thank you.
All right, just a second here, Ms. O'Connell. I made a mistake and did not ask for public comment on that last item. And I am going to, let's go ahead with public comments on non-agendized items. And then if you would also like to speak on the drone program, I'll reopen that up after this agenda item. My apologies for the inconsistency here. We'll circle back around and catch that in just a second. So let's move on with the non-agendized items.
All right, caller 857, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Michael.
I had rung in to try and speak to 6.3. So the only question I had on the open public comment is, how does a member of the public request a future agenda item? Because at the last meeting, when you got to item 14, future agenda items, I tried to request one, but you didn't take any public comment. So do they need to do it at open public forum? When exactly on the agenda does the public request a future agenda item? And then just for the drone, I do want to speak to that. So I guess you'll open it up later and we'll make comments on that.
You bet.
That's all.
Thank you, Michael. Mm-hmm.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
I was actually waiting to speak on the other subject. Thank you.
Ed Ingram, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I got a new subject for you tonight. The Placerville bus station at the Mosquito Road. There's some old yellow plastic fencing on the north side by Clay Street that's serving as a landscape public barrier that's still in place. It's deteriorated beyond repair. There's also an orange plastic fencing on the west side of the parking stalls protecting the green belt to help for public access and prevent from fire to the local residents on Franklin and Clay Street that are deteriorated beyond repair. My wife and I repair the fence frequently over the years since installation for safety and preservation of your landscape and your fire protection and garbage collection disposed on. The fencing needs upgraded to the permanent fencing as planned to maintain access control for your landscape and watering and the residents and public safety. Could you do this as you finish the park and ride south of the bus station phase with funds saved from the underground utilities that haven't been installed and only installed as overhead? Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Jen C, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Jen. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Hi. So I did I did email, I was trying to get clarification on, Collector Street versus local street. And this is just some specifications that are actually in the general plan. It just relates to how Clay Street is categorized. The lanes are different widths. One side is much narrower than the other. And the narrow side is like 13 feet wide from the center line. So anyway, I didn't hear back from Pierre and Rebecca, and it just relates to some of these whole things about how the street is categorized. And I think you all know we had a car accident, and we've had some accidents on this street, but this one should be one to look at kind of what happened and so forth. But with that, I think Rebecca is trying to write some grants for some speed trackers, and I'll just say that I was borrowing one from the vendor that I believe she's considering a certain type from this Traffic Logics group, and just want to say I think it would be a great thing for the city to have some of these, just sort of small portable little units that can kind of monitor speed and car counts. And what I came out with, it requires charging it if you don't have the solar panel. So, but I still managed to actually get 9,000 vehicles recorded, and it does show that, like 26%, like a quarter of them are going over that 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. And so, anyway, I'll be sharing the graphs and the information with all of you, but I just want to say, I really think, looking at multiple points, and this is a tool that gives us, they're small. And so you can kind of, I think it's really important on some streets to get the actual data from multiple locations on both sides of the street going in both directions. And I think that we really need more information about Clay Street. It's very curvy. There's blind spots. The lanes are different widths. There's a lot of factors, and you can't get the whole picture from just looking at one location. Other than that, I just want to say that save the date, April 9th. It's a Friday. I will be sending out kind of a notification, but I know Jackie will remember well last year on February 19th at City Rec and Parks Commission, we had a presentation about this California Gold Rush National Historical Park idea. And this will be a one-year progress report to kind of sort of show how the concept has developed, on a map with, more locations and sites. And we even have located the person that wrote an actual master's thesis on the Golden Chain National Heritage Corridor. So just save the date, Friday, April 9th, more coming soon. And hope that we can partner with the city on doing some more traffic study for Clay Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Kathleen Newell, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet, Kathleen. Thank you for calling.
Hi there. I'm a Placerville citizen, and I just noticed that garbage pileup down by the homeless camp on Broadway is getting really big. They've got several dozen black bags out there now, starting to get pretty high. And I'm just wondering, what's the procedure of you guys carrying that stuff away every so often? It's been out there about a week now. Also, the litter alongside that hillside is starting to get thick. That's just like loose litter that, I don't know if the bags have been torn open or just from the tent camp or whatever. Anyway, if you were a private citizen in Placerville and you had that display in your yard visible to the street, you would not be allowed to continue doing that. So I was just wondering, how do we just keep that site clean? That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kathleen.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening. I wanted to compliment you on the way the meeting is set up tonight. I really appreciate that. Up in the corner is the little timer, and when other people are talking, we can still see the council, and it's much more friendly. And I appreciate Kara for getting back to me the next day after I made that comment. And I'm happy to see that the city has been able to resolve it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I just had a quick question. So on February the 10th, the city received a letter from the Racial Equity and Sorry for some reverb here. So they received a letter from the Racial Equity Anchor Committee, which is the foremost diverse coalition of national racial justice and civil rights organizations representing and serving more than 53 million people in the US. They wrote in to urge, quote, in the strongest possible terms, that you remove the graphic illustrations of the noose, the hanging tree, the term, quote, hangtown, and any related symbols and phrases from your seal, logo, emblems, stationery, and all other official materials. And I'm curious if the city is going to respond to that letter.
Thank you, Michelle.
Tammy Dans, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to say that I support Friends of Clay Street with the speed that we are seeing on a occurring basis. In 2003, my fence had multiple hits down by my mailbox that was a costly repair. And speed was the cause of that. And recently you guys repaired the guardrail on the corner of Clay and Franklin, which I so appreciate for our safety. Once again, speed is an issue. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Tammy.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Hi, board, our council. Can I speak about the letter that was written by these groups? Is that okay if I do that now, or do I need to come
Yes,
back?
that is not on the agenda.
Okay. So just so you know, this UNOS group, if you do a little research on them, they've been renamed. They're actually La Raza, which is the race. It's a supremacist group. And a lot of these groups are they're far left groups. They have a political agenda, and they bully people, and they will bully until they get their way. There's no negotiation, there's no anything. And so, you know, the thing about the noose and the city seal is that they think that on a day-to-day basis, you don't really see the seal, right? You see George, you see all the businesses. There's so many that have the name Hangtown in there and the noose. So they think that by getting rid of the city seal, it's gonna, I don't know what the end game is. Is that gonna make them feel better? I would suspect most of these, if any of these groups, have never been to Placerville, know nothing about our true history. And so I just want you to take into account who these groups are. And I mean, these are probably the same groups that canceled Pepe Le Pew today. Or, you know, who's next? Slowpoke Rodriguez? You know, I hear he's a big Second Amendment character. So it's just, the madness never ever ends. And I think that people are getting to a breaking point, and once we bow down to this, they'll just keep going and going. I know that they're making a list of all the businesses and properties around town that have nooses or Hangtown in their names, and this harassment is going to continue until we just say, you know what, enough. The city doesn't, most of the people in this city, whether, no matter what their political affiliation is, they cherish our history. These people are trying to take our history away. They couldn't tear down statues anymore, so now they're going after seals. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Madeline Gorell, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Just in response to the previous comment, I do actually want to say that I live about a mile from Main Street in Placerville, and there is someone down the road who has a noose, a full-size noose hanging from a tree out in front of their house with no identifying paraphernalia related to Hangtown. It's strictly a noose hanging from a tree. And it bothers me. I am fairly ambiguous about renaming Hangtown, but I think that in many ways it can become a way of veiling very obvious hate symbols. And I'm hesitant to have geography prevent or geography somehow mask a very obvious and registered hate symbol. Because a noose hanging from a tree with nothing else around it doesn't necessarily represent Hangtown. I think first and foremost, the image that comes to mind is lynching, and America has a very deep history with that. And so again, I don't know if necessarily, and as from what I've heard about the arguments for changing the nickname of Hangtown, is that it's unrelated to canceling Hangtown or canceling the history behind it, but rather acknowledging that perhaps the name of Hangtown veils potentially more problematic symbols that haven't been recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rena Myers, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you all, members of the council. I am a white woman who went to Charles Brown and Herbert Green, and then I was right on the line when it came for high school. I didn't go to El Dorado, I went to Ponderosa. And I grew up, I was a minor, I was a cheerleader at Herbert Green. I grew up in, completely around my culture in Placerville. And around junior year in high school, I remember starting to get exposure to things that were different than the things that I was hearing about other people. And I was called the N-word lover when I would walk down the hall because I started to speak out against it. And I started to see friends of mine that are Latino. I remember one time in Deer Park, him getting off the bus and having like 40 white skin teens at that time, skinheads waiting for him and him not getting off. And it took a long time for me to understand and orientate what I was growing up around. I'd heard that it wasn't safe to go down to the school to play soccer because, and then they'd use a really ugly word, had taken over. And it was Latino families playing soccer on a Sunday. And growing up with this racism that was like the water, I didn't realize I was the fish swimming in it. And then this continuation. And now I have one son who is Black and two kids who are white. And my son, I've moved out of the area. He cannot go with us when we go through town because he does not physically feel safe. And the idea that we have to that this hasn't been attended to in decades, that there is still a hanging human from our town that people are embracing and calling history when it is a sliver of history. It's not this history we choose. And I just want to really call on each one of us, if we actually want to step into a place where my whole family is welcome to actually feel at ease in our town and hang out at the river like I grew up in these memories before I started to realize the culture and the toxicity of my hometown and my roots. I call on all of you to not see this as what the other caller a few moments ago said, us dismissing our history and people trying to pound it out. I am born and raised in that town. And I'll tell you, it has taken a lot of work to try to heal and relearn how to be a human that embraces a future that I want my kids to live in and that sees people and really look at the history of how many Indigenous people in our county, in our state, in our country hung from that very, very type of rope. How many Black brothers and sisters hung from that very rope? How many white folks tied deliberately that rope into its knots and looked out, gathered their friends and sought out people in terror to put that around someone's neck and string them from a tree and then watch, and sometimes even bring their children to watch while their feet kicked. I want to use my remaining time for us to sit in silence in honor of those lives that have lost, and also in honor of the lives that made such horrific mistakes to do such horror, so that hopefully we stop celebrating such atrocities and be the humans that we are born and I believe God made us to be. Please hold silence with me.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to keep those last few seconds as the woman before wished. I want to thank you guys again for holding this space for us to do this. I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciate all the callers who call in on a busy night like tonight. I feel like you guys obviously know where I stand on many of these issues, and I'm always going to stand by my word and back what I always back. And I do agree, and I as I always say before, is to lose the noose and to change the county seal, so it can represent everybody in this town for who they are and what their culture represents, and not just the one sliver of history. You know, like I always say, we're represented for a lot of things. The only thing that I kind of want you guys to consider tonight is why do I feel like George the dummy is treated better than a human with a heartbeat? I understand, like I said, the history, I get it, but we bring it up like it's just this glorified thing, and it's just a human, a fake human hanging from a body. And I just don't understand like why that's what we want to keep. And I want you to think about, who are you keeping him for? Who is he, and why is he here, and why is he so special, and why does he get more consideration and more respect and more value than people that call in and ask for you to just consider taking him down or make a motion to do so? Because I think it's important that this issue, it keeps getting brought up, and most of the time it's not just me, there's many other locals, you know, who also agree. And I think that this is a serious thing, and it needs to be handled now before chaos comes, because chaos is coming. And I don't want to say that in a way that scares you, you know what I mean? But we're living like in a parallel of what's going on last year. And I'm not saying that it's going to happen again, but I just want you to consider it and take all of our voices in on that, and just know who you're attracting to tour only and who you're attracting to stay here and live. So just take that into consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Mayor, I'd just like to call a point of order. The last 4 callers are commenting on 12.1. Are we doing public
So it's an
comment?
interesting question. I understand what you're asking. And so I kind of contemplated this when the meeting started, and 12.1 is about having a meeting. And I appreciate your comment. I could provide some clarity of what my thought was. And I'm certainly open to suggestions here. 12.1 is about having a meeting. So we're going to talk about, just tell us, you know, we're picking a date, and and how we're going to have that meeting. At this time, people are talking about something that's literally not on the agenda, which is their feelings about what that meeting is about. And I can go either way. It's splitting hairs. We could plug, you know, I'm gonna probably not do some double dipping here and have all these conversations that we're having, or hear these comments now and then hear them later again. So that's kind of where I'm going. Do you have any comments on that or thoughts? Yes, Patty.
I just think you just said it, Dennis. I think it's either talk about this now, and when we get to the 12.1, just limit it to that, and just right. It's going to be strictly about the meeting.
And for public, for the public, we're going to have the same conversation over again if and when we choose to have that meeting, which, you know, based on the recommendations, we looks like we're heading in that direction. So we're going to do this all over again. And so I would like to, you know, ask that people, you know, you can take your full 3 minutes. We're going to have this conversation again in another time in the future, as we set a date. And so the meeting, the conversation that we're having a little bit is going to be about having a meeting, not about what the content of the meeting is. And so that's the splitting hairs, and this is the way I decided to split it. And hopefully, if there's no objections, we'll move forward. All right, seeing none, thank you. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amanda Bensell, go ahead.
Hi, and thank you very much, Mayor Dennis Thomas, for making that clarification. I am also calling in related to that topic. I will try to keep it short today, but I do think it's worth bringing up in every meeting until something is done. I was raised in Placerville. Placerville is home. It is my community. I am not an outsider coming in and feeling frustrated by this symbol. I have brought Black friends to my hometown and had to make a lot of, give them our history lesson. I stand by that. Yes, That is a piece of our history. I am not trying to erase our history. That's a historic spot. Okay, have that be a historic spot, but does it need to be on our seal? You know, we can always choose what parts of our history to celebrate. You know, that is our choice, what we put on the seal. And the seal is not a fixed thing. A seal is something that changes over time, just as our city changes over time. So yeah, I just wanted to add more comment to the importance of this item, and I look forward to commenting on 12.1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jaleel Baker, go ahead.
Hello, Julio.
Hi, thank you.
bet.
I think that it's very important that we respect and hear out public comment around these issues. And I think that it's very important that we respect the opinions that are shared from all folks that deal with and live in California and share the space of Placerville. And I also have a grandparent that lives in Placerville, and I'm constantly having to go through and be a part of the Placerville community, which is terrifying, quite literally. And it's also terrifying to sit here and see the lack of empathy that is, displayed amongst this group. I think that we need to take these type of issues seriously. It's great that we have a historical reason to, continue considering, the idea of keeping this type of hate symbol around, but it's also just as waning on and wearing on people to think about seeing a noose represented in cities and seeing the defiance that comes behind that in their own city council, let alone the aggressive folks that are represented in your communities. Let's not forget about the racial terrorism that happens in Placerville. These are real conversations that we need to have. And y'all aren't about to sit here and act like these aren't important conversations and take them and be a part of your political reputation, right? This is something that is going to be on your card that we're all watching. The nation is watching. People have reached out to you internationally and nationally about this issue, and you can't even blink about it. You can't sit here and think about it twice. You want to move on public comment and just, breeze over it and pay no respect to it. And that was very disrespectful, cutting off that woman's request of 10 seconds in addition for silence. I would like my minute to remain in silence for the thousands and hundreds of millions of people that have died under a noose that is represented in your city council. Thank you. Please respect that. Thank you. I will let my 40 seconds sit. Thank you.
To all those that are listening in, this is not a time for silence right now. We are going to.
I can fill it up with my remaining 30 seconds.
Pardon me? Ms. O'Connell, please.
Caller 525, go ahead.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett. Oops. Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Koshan. Can you hear me?
Yes, Leo, thank you.
So I just wanted to kind of comment on comments, and I appreciate you taking the time and letting the public express themselves. To the comment about La Raza, I think it's symbolic of the need for communication and understanding, because La Raza has a long history going back decades, if not longer, and it actually means community, and it has a certain connotation in terms of getting racialized during Mexican-American Chicano 1960s, but the group that chose to go to Unidos is trying to move that language into a more unifying way. So I think we need to just be respectful that La Raza is not meant to be seen as a negative in the Spanish-speaking community. This conversation that we're having today and you're going to have in the future, like you pointed out, there's passion all over the place, has been one that's been reoccurring, as I'm sure you all know, for quite some time. And you have, in a conflict situation, I think, a wonderful mission statement that has a list of the values of Placerville. And to me, it's a little bit confusing. People don't like it when people are new, and that's confusing to me also. But I do have grandchildren in Placerville, and I've been driving through Placerville, visiting in-laws for decades. So I appreciate that you provide a voice to all of us that you serve as the hub of the county. But when I read your values and I reflect on growing up, it's like, if everybody's so upset, then politeness means let's find another option. And I think that's a rural value that we all should take to heart. We don't need all this time that we're always talking about the things that are dividing us. Mayor Thomas, I looked it up when you were mayor before in 2018, and the police revised their patch that hadn't been revised since 1962. And they brought in the bell tower, historical structures, the beauty of nature, and it was celebrated. I think that that's a wonderful example out there, and I hope that we can consider finding symbols that unify us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leo.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Yeah, just a couple of things. I don't see how it's helpful to call out groups as extreme. Look, we all have different belief systems. What's extreme to one person is normal for another, and vice versa, right? So what does that prove? To say it's an extreme group, it just doesn't help. It's not helpful in this dialogue at all, to my opinion. And the other, if someone is speaking their truth, heartfelt truth, and they're speaking, they're not name calling, and they're being either talking about their own emotions or they're pointing out something factual. Again, I don't understand why that's bullying. People can be very heartfelt and in their feelings, especially about this, especially in this year of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and all the others, all the needless. And yes, I also know that police have been shot and killed. There's been a lot of needless death. And you can be Blue Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, you can be both. I think all lives matter, and it's not precluding any particular life. But Black people and people of color have, a higher incidence of being killed when they're innocent. And again, that's factual, that's statistical. So I just hope we find a way to heal without labeling, without claiming the other is, being a bully about it. Bullying as a whole, I think, look up the definition of bullying. Look up the definition of the schoolyard bully. That's not what people are doing. I really don't feel. They're being passionate. And I think we especially have to listen to the people who are the victims, people of color. Their voices to me are so much more important than any of us white people who are privileged and don't have to worry about all kinds of things when we go out into the world as people of color are. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Hello, Sue. Looks like you're muted still. There you go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here just to say my usual thing about fire season is going to come in a couple of months. Right now it's raining, which will get our brush and weeds to grow really well. And so we've got about 2 months until we hit fire season. So it's really time to get a handle on our hazardous veg. And that basically is what I would like to share with people today, as usual, is clean up your property, because you don't want to be the person whose house burns down in the next fire. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Sue. Duly noted. All right, we're going to give it just a few seconds here. And all right, looks like, go ahead, Regina.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Hi. In reference to Rena Myers, I really appreciate her comments, and they were very helpful. What she described are things that I don't think most of us know about in this community. What she disclosed is the first time I heard it about someone using a rope on a tree. That is, as I perceive it, contrary to a separate law that uses the rope as a hate symbol. And that is something that needs to be addressed. My concern has always been that getting rid of the symbol as it is to other people isn't going to get rid of that underlying prejudice. Just to let you know, one person, I've gone to meetings of the progressives from the beginning, and I contribute. It's not a membership organization, but one of the members pointed out she's white, her husband's black. Representing the views of blackface is not monolithic, just as we learned in Florida when we had people from Puerto Rico and from Cuba who had different views. They're not all the same. And in my experience, what's described here about this symbol is not the same. I graduated from Harvard Law School. I lived in a city that was predominantly black. I met people from all over the world every day. And strangely as that sounds to you, that reminded me of home, because that's the Placerville my grandmother described when she was here in the 1800s. She was proud of the extraordinary diversity here. One person she described was George Monroe, black, who operated the stagecoach in Coloma. He was a friend of John Marshall, who she met much later in life. She told me about how when people didn't want to take the stage because of his color, they'd say, great, you can walk. So I would no more, as much as I support the cause of the progressives, this symbol, you're not going to, by taking it away, you're not going to take racism away. There are other ways to address it. And Rena Myers helped do it by the examples that she cited. So I don't think any of you are insensitive. I don't think any of us are insensitive. But I would no more rely on the progressives page to learn about local history than I would go to the Proud Boys or the Faith Keepers to learn about the Constitution. I have seen so much that is manifestly false on that page. So that's the problem. And look at the page, please. I urge you, because it's not just getting rid, as you want to do later on to talk about getting rid of the noose. They're talking about the name Hangtown. And please, once you get rid of that, what have you got? You've got the Christopher Columbus problem, because what you're going to have, you're having a white guy with a sluice reminding us of the genocide that was perpetrated in 1848. So it's not so easy, and it does keep going. I think the best thing you could do to help would be to focus on the real prejudice, which is made horrible by the Proud Boys using that symbol and others who are on that side using it just as, misusing it just as much. With 15 seconds to go, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Kirk. Appreciate giving us the time there. All right, I'm gonna take a pause here for just a brief second to let it come. One of the things I found is that with an important topic like we're discussing or people are sharing tonight, I want to give us just a second. What am I trying to say? The YouTube, when I signed off last time, had a long delay, and that's, I think if people want to talk, they need to jump on at the beginning of a public comment and not wait till the very last second to jump on, which is now. So at this point, I'm going to close public comment. And just there, please have some awareness that if you continue, on public commenting on other items and you're watching us on YouTube, there is a delay. So if you do want to speak, chime in early and get your voice heard, because it's important that everybody gets a chance to get their voice heard. That's what we're here for tonight, and we want to make sure we hear you. So as we move on now, there was a few items there. To Jamil, I cannot have everybody logging on. Wanting to make a public comment and saying, please give me my 3 minutes for silence on an issue. That could get out of hand. And with all due respect, I appreciate your comments, Jamil, and I understand where you're coming from. And yet I'm still, I got to draw a line, and we just can't do that. So with all due respect, I appreciate your comments, and I just wanted to let you know that. When it comes to the noose hanging in the tree, yes, Cleve.
Sorry, Mary, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt. I just had a couple of comments I want to make on a couple of items.
Okay. All right, thank you. When it comes to the issue of the noose hanging in the tree, I would encourage you to file a police report if you feel so inclined, if you feel that that's necessary, and they will certainly help you with that. And they will, and whether that's in the city or the county, I think Chief Joe Wren has a comment there for you.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this specific noose that was being discussed, but if it's on an individual's private property, there is no violation of the law. If they're displaying hate symbols to target a specific person on that person's property, then it would be a violation of the law. But policing that form of ideology, and as vile as those symbols may be, it doesn't violate current state law.
Thank you for that clarification, Chief. Let's see. Ruth, go ahead, Cleve. I'll let you take over a few of those.
Sorry, yeah, just two items that were raised. Michael Drobish asked about the public requesting an item be on the agenda. I just want to emphasize that yes, under public comment would be the place for you to do that, and then the council will consider under future agenda items whether or not to add that item. The second item I want to comment on was Jennifer Chapman's request about a letter or an email actually that she sent regarding classification of roads. We just received that on Saturday. And no, we have not responded yet, but we are working on a response to that. So I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
And while you're on, who would we contact with regard to the garbage on Broadway?
We are looking at that. We do have a request in. Let me just say we're frustrated with that. We paid to put a dumpster out there so that would not happen. However, it is still happening. And so we work with some other groups to get that cleaned up when it happens. So we will look at doing it again. But what I would recommend, if you want to put in a concern about garbage anywhere or things like that, please look at using our new 311 system on our website. You can do that from your phone or your computer and make that raise that issue, and we will respond to it.
All right, thank you very much, Cleve. All right, thank you very much. And we're going to move on now from public comment and go to consent calendar. All items are listed under the consent count. Oh, dang it, I did it. So I want to go back to, are you going to talk about the drone?
Yeah, I was just going to remind, yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead. I got so wrapped up in that. So let's go ahead and open public comment for the drone. If anybody would like to comment, please. Thank you.
Public comment is now open for item 6.3, the drone program. We'll start with caller 857. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. So the police department drone and its high resolution camera and the thermal camera, those are very powerful tools that can be used for good or ill. So there's concerns I have. I understand what a great tool it could be. I also understand the threat to the Fourth Amendment and public rights. So what I would like to see is a fully written out police department policy and a city ordinance on the exact use of drones within the city. I think you need a completely written policy and a public meeting to vet its exact language and alter it and get it just right. I did like that it sounded like the practice of the actual flying. They'll do monthly training. That's excellent. But I would like to see reports of every police department drone usage be recorded, how it was used, why it was used, and those reports would be either a public document open to public request, or at least a yearly return to city council and report on, we used it here for this reason under these rules. We need to know data retention policies on sharing, storage, and destruction of gathered information. The transparency would be the why it was used, how it was used. The Supreme Court is catching up to the laws on this, so I'd like to see training for the officers on not only like Fourth Amendment rights, but like where the courts stand at any given time, because it's going to change constantly going into the future. And just in closing, I'd like to see the policy in writing first at a public meeting. We all kind of go through it, vet it, make some changes, get it right. And then I think we need to put into an ordinance actual drone usage by the public and the private sector on how you can do this in the city. Because I have a neighbor that is constantly over my property with his drones and his high power cameras, and it bugs me to no end, but he's just having fun. But we do need to address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Yes, ditto. Chief, of course, you and your team are doing a great job, and I support the proposal you have for something that would enhance your performance. And I think that the things you outlined in that point-by-point presentation was very effective. What I'd add along the lines of what Mike Drobish raised is that it be put in writing, that we see the policy spelled out. If it's along the lines of what was described, that's certainly something that's appropriate. But later on, Councilmember Borelli talked about its use, if I understood it correctly, of using it for vegetation ordinance and code enforcement issues. Those are different budgets and they're different mandates. And when you talked about the vegetation ordinance last year, on many occasions, this instrument for raising Fourth Amendment due process issues was never considered. So that has to be separate. But I do believe you've got my vote as a citizen. But when you come back with the technical things of what camera you're going to get and the like and the cost, I hope you'll have a package of what would be the guidelines for how it's to be used. Again, consistent with the kind of things that were outlined there. And I trust, just curious, it doesn't have to be answered now, but that you'd have the thermal camera as well as the other camera on each vehicle because it's used, you know, finding bodies and the like. The last question was, when you had this vehicle going underneath the tunnel by McDonald's and the culvert, where did that one come from? Was that borrowed a test model or from another agency? But again, thank you. Good proposal. You got my vote.
Thank you, Kirk.
Kathleen Newell, go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, ditto what Kurt and Mike said. Definitely need written policy on their specific use of the drone. Chula Vista does have an excellent drone program, and they do make their operations of their drones public knowledge, so that the citizens in that town, you know what the police have been doing with it. Also, in regards to flying it over residents in non-emergency situations, you just got to make sure that they have a search warrant for that. You just can't arbitrarily do that. And the line of sight issue with drone operation, Chula Vista actually has a special permit to be able to fly their drone out of line of sight, which means it can go, I think, 3 miles. And is that something Placerville Police would do? They have a drone operation command post where they have all their cameras on their monitors there to watch where it's at and everything. And they're not anywhere near where the drone is. So those are kind of issues that needs to be brought up when our police come back with more information on what they want to do. I'm very pro drone and police use. I think it's a wonderful tool. but it can also be abused. So, those are just issues that I'd like to see addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Okay, I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my concerns about this are, I'm convinced that this drone program could help in all the situations that you gave in the presentation, and the cost seems reasonable. But the county sheriff already has the technology. Do we really need to duplicate this technology for the Placerville PD? We struggle with our budget and look for grants every year just to fund a minimal number of officers. The need for an adequate safety center building seems much more pressing. For our small city, I would rather see that $10,000 used to fund our officers and ask the county sheriff for assistance when we need a drone. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sue.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just real briefly. You can't fly, just that one caller who said it's an annoyance to have their drone fly over their property. That's not legal. And there's really strict rules and regulations about flying a drone. And it's not that hard to look that up and find out. And if you want to file a complaint about that person. I just sort of jokingly and not jokingly wanted to ask if you're going to get insurance for this drone, because in this gun-happy county, someone's going to shoot it down. So I hope that you have replacement insurance. That does happen. People shoot drones down. So, and then as the others have said, I'm very concerned, especially that bullet point about that it would be used at special events and what was it, protests or something? I'm just very concerned why you would need to use it if there's nothing going on at those events but peaceful protest, why it would be used, what kind of information would be gathered. But all right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. All right. Seeing no further commenters, we'll go ahead and close public comment for item 6.3. It certainly hasn't been magic tonight. I will try and improve my attention here to a few details. Chief, did you have any comments on any of those, or they pretty much?
Yes, ma'am. I'll run through them real quick. Mike's comments about concerns regarding the Fourth Amendment. On one of the slides, it did indicate several case law that law enforcement is required to follow. Also policy, all of our police department policies are published on our website. We don't keep anything back. So in the event that we do go forward with the drone program, there will be a policy published to the public so they can review it as well. Policy case law, data retention as well. Mike mentioned that. Our data retention policy is also listed. As you all are aware of, we were the first foothill agency to go full deployment with body-worn cameras years ago. So it would be nothing new for us. And that policy, again, is online. Kurt mentioned the FLIR system, which is the thermal. We do have access to EDSO's drone. They are the ones that we called out at McDonald's and utilized them for the culvert apprehension. Kathleen, policy again, code enforcement issues. Yeah, you're right. There's different set of rules when we engage in code enforcement activities. And you are correct. If we're conducting an inspection of a property, if it's not viewable for me standing on the curtilage and looking at that residence, I would need to get some sort of inspection warrant from the courts to go and actually inspect that property to see if there is a violation of any of our ordinances in regards to code enforcement. Sue's right, funding, we're primarily hoping to get a grant to be able to make this happen. So I've got Sergeant Litzius and Commander Muser looking for grant opportunities. Ruth, yeah, it wasn't mentioned about insurance, but she is correct. Not only insurance for the equipment itself, but also as a governmental entity when we're utilizing any form of equipment for police activity, we would have to work with our insurance provider to ensure that we were covered for, you know, heaven's sake, the thing fall out of the sky and hit somebody on the head. So that is a funding consideration as well. Question about what info would be gathered during protests. Everything. It allows us to see scope and size of a crowd better than if we were actually intermingled. And a lot of times when we're dealing with issues of large crowds, and we're not going to only say that it's protest related. We also shut down Main Street for Brewfest and Oktoberfest, and we also have the fairgrounds and stuff like that. That eye in the sky will allow us to gain better situational awareness on what crowds are doing, or if, you know, fight breaks out or something like that, then we'll be able to respond more quickly than we would if we were just there in the midst of it. And when you're in the middle of all those large crowds and people are having a good time or people are not having a good time, it gets extremely loud. So having that as kind of an overwatch allows us to better utilize resources, move them into areas to be able to deal with any potential problems. So.
Thank you. Was there any questions for Chief or anything on this before we move on? All right, thank you guys. And thank you, Chief. And let's go ahead now, let's get back into our regularly scheduled program and move on to consent calendar. Not all matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless any member of the City Council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of a full text of all resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Is there anybody that'd like to pull anything from the consent calendar for discussion?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
All right. We can open up consent calendar to public comment.
Yes, now is the time to speak if anyone has any comments for item 8.1 consent calendar.
All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back for any discussion or roll call. All right, you see no discussion. Let's go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor? Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right, thank you very much. Moving on, let's see, we have no items pulled from consent calendar. So item number 10, ordinances, we have none. Public hearings, we have none. So we're going to move on to item 12. At this point, we're only an hour and a half in. I think we're good. At this point, item 12, discussion and action items, item 12.1, set a date for public forum to review city logo and consider changes. And I'm going to turn this over to our city manager, Mr. Morris, for his report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you recall, a couple of meetings ago, you set up a committee composed of Councilmember Borelli and Vice Mayor Taylor to meet with me to discuss the process and how we might move forward with the discussion we've had a little bit on tonight about our logo and the symbols and nicknames that are on there. So we met, we looked at several different options of what to do and discussed those and the pros and cons, going through those with the current restrictions we have with COVID and how we could move forward with those. And after we looked at several different options, including potentially bringing in a facilitator to facilitate a meeting, we looked at what that might look like and how we might do it. We talked to some facilitators and got some recommendations on facilitators and discussed the issue with them. The concern we had, the main value we saw with a facilitator is in actually an open face-to-face meeting that they can help move the meeting along and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak and have that discussion, more of a discussion rather than just a comment section. So in the end, in order to move this forward and keep it going, we determined that it was in the best interest to go ahead and schedule a meeting. We would do it as a public forum with the council seated to supervise and go through that forum and accept those comments. And that we would allow the public to speak at that time, and then ask the council if they are prepared to at that time to make a decision on any changes that they may want to make to our logo or other issues that may come up. So with that, what the committee recommended was to set a meeting date, and we suggested a date of April 7th. That's actually, I shouldn't say we suggested that. That was a date that I came up with after I talked to the committee. And so that date is open. We do not need to stick with that. There's other dates that may be possibilities also. So our recommendation is to schedule this public forum for a future date, April 7th, or another date that the council desires, and take public comments on that, and then from there determine how you move forward with any changes that you might want to make. So with that, I will turn it over to either Vice Mayor Taylor or Councilmember Borelli if they have any other comments that they would like to make at this time.
I don't have any other comments. If there's any questions from the council regarding, the committee deliberations, I'm happy to chime in and answer them.
And I feel the same way. I'm sorry that we have to do this via Zoom, but it's the, if we, like City Manager Morris said, we want to move this along. We don't want to delay it anymore. So that's what we're stuck with, and that's what we have to do. So.
Thank you, Patty and Kara. Cleve, is this a ministerial decision? It's really not a, I guess it's an action item, but it's, I don't know, a minute order or what category does this fall under? Because it's really about our letterhead. I don't know, where does that go? Just kind of wrapping my head around this a little bit.
Sure. I will be honest with you, and this gets into a little bit of the detail. We have not been able to confirm or find the exact document that showed how our previous logo was approved. We believe it was in sometime probably in the late 70s that the current logo was approved, and there's been some information we found to kind of verify that, but we don't know what process that went through to approve that. It would not be uncommon either way for a logo to be approved by the city council, since it is something that you use on letterhead and other items that you put out. So I guess it could be done either way. I think that if you wanted it not to come through the council, you're okay with it done on another level, you'd probably could direct it that way and state that, staff would come out and do something. So.
Gotcha. All right, just kind of want to wrap my head around that piece of it. Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, so seeing none. So this particular item is set a date for public forum to review the city logo and consider changes. So we're not going to discuss the changes tonight or discuss really the virtues of the logo or the name Old Hangtown, but we are going to discuss basically the agenda item for our future meeting and to discuss whether we should have it on there or not. So, what I see a lot of the comments being and of course you can comment in any manner you see fit, but we want to limit it to the date, the item that's going to be on the agenda, and not necessarily the virtue of the items on the agenda, if that makes sense to everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment, and I appreciate your grace with us as we move through this. We will have ample time to fully discuss and vet everybody's comments and discussions and thoughts and feelings on this issue. And according to this and the recommendation, if we go with that with our committee that worked on this. And by the way, thank you, Patty and Kara, for taking the time to noodle through this and kind of break it down to having a meeting and a forum, and how, and maybe a forum is something that we could comment on in terms of how that meeting would work, but not necessarily the virtues of what would be discussed in the meeting. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment with Ms. O'Connell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with call-in user 1. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
John Priscott, you folks can hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you, John.
Oh, solid. John Priscott, just think biscuit, Placerville. So thank you, council. I mean, for the most part, you've been dealing with this issue the way you said you would, going all the way back, July maybe. Now I note the agenda item says review city logo. I'd appreciate if you would clarify exactly what that means, although kind of seemed like the manager said it could include just about anything. And that's kind of important. I won't argue the merits here. I think, Mr. Mayor, you already kind of brought that up. I presume that time will come. And on that point, any discussion, in my view anyway, should wait until we can all meet in person. Well, although I'm kind of glad I can have a cigar while I discuss this. I have to be honest. I bring your attention to the manager's report, right? Makes it clear just how difficult this issue is. Quote, no matter who was chosen, the public would take issue. And I think he's absolutely right. So in my view, this is an issue for the people in the city of Placerville, and not someone from Shingle Springs, Diamond Springs, Community, Sacramento. The people here need to decide. I'm just going to go straight to the point. We need to vote this. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. We need to vote this. And Mr. Smith was really eloquent in his presentation about how the symbolism that's trying to be applied to the noose in Placerville is not the same symbolism from other nooses. I have to wonder if people would be happier if everything was a guillotine.
John, you're kind of straying away from the meeting there.
Yeah. So in any event, sir, I support you having a meeting, but I really think A, should be when we can all be together, B, we need to take a vote. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Raina Myers, go ahead.
Hello, I'm a white 12-year-old girl named Magdalena. Absolutely, there needs to be a meeting as soon as possible so a decision can be made about removing the noose and all of the racist and violent language. I will make sure to share the meeting link with students like me to listen in, because what you are deciding is what we're inheriting is already present today and been for centuries. Having a meeting is also really important so everyone who has voted for you knows what you believe about this murderous rope that celebrates hate. Taking the noose away is overdue from the first day it was put up. Please make this your highest priority. Thank you.
Madeline.
Theodore Barish, go ahead.
I'm a student from El Dorado High School, and I would like to urge the City Council to continue your plans to schedule the public forum as soon as possible, preferably on April 7th, because this is an issue that's like really important right now. It's been in the public eye. It's been on national and state news, and I think that it really makes you it really like affects our city image outside of all the other things. So I would encourage you guys to do that.
Thank you.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
I'm not sure. I thought that when we voted, or I'm sorry, when you guys voted, that we were going to have a in-person discussion. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Cleve had said public comment. So there's a big difference between public comment, which is what we're doing now, and an open forum, in-person forum. If we're just going to do public comment, we're going to just we're just going to keep doing what we're doing now and not get anywhere. So I suggest either open public forum or get it on the ballot and let the people of Placerville decide. But I'm all about the process and what you guys voted on back in the summer. And not just, if we just do a public forum or public comment, it's not going to make any difference. We're just going to go in circles again and people are going to feel unheard. We did discuss, face to face so we can have honest conversations with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hey, part of that I actually agree with Mandy. We usually don't agree, but the part was that we're going to do the same thing all over again. I just don't know what the magic is. I have to say that I really enjoyed hearing young people call in. That's great. And maybe one of the differences could be in April that we'd have a wider audience of people calling in and commenting. I suppose that could be different than July when we went through this before. I mean, I totally understand why we're not doing this in person because of COVID restrictions. We can't yet do it in person and people feel that it's timely. We have to move on. And so we have to make compromises. And actually, I think we have a greater participation rate when we have these Zoom calls. I went to plenty of city council meetings before when we didn't have Zoom and it was the same old people. And this, we have a much wider range of people right now. So I actually think this is very good participation. But I worry about the process. I guess that's also similar to Mandy. I worry about the process because how is it going to be any different? And we're just going to be separated in our very strong feelings, and it doesn't seem healing to me. So I really kind of, in the staff report, number 4, which is directing staff and committee to prepare a different format to conduct the public forum. What do they say? Do it once, fool me, do it twice, whatever. I mean, it's no different, and it's going to come up, I think, unfortunately, with the same result of a very divisive group with a lot of unheard people feeling unheard. Whereas I think if you were able to find a really skilled facilitator, and I know you made efforts, I read that in the staff report, but if you had a really skilled facilitator who could say, look, let's look at what we have in common here. We want a vibrant downtown. We want those who died to be respected. Is this the best way to respect history and show respect towards those who passed? Because regardless of what they may have done, I think none of us wants to make light of those who have died.
Ruth?
So, yes.
Let's go ahead and bring
did
it
I go
back
into
to
it
the
again?
meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh gosh, guilty.
It's so easy to do, isn't it?
I know, it's so easy. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Anyway, okay.
Okay.
I think okay, thank you. So anyway, I just worry. I just worry it's more of the same. All right, thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I strayed.
That's all right.
Amanda Bensell, go ahead.
Hi, and thank you, Council.
Hi.
Yeah, it's a real question. Process is really, really important. And I know that as public officials, it's a challenge. It's a real challenge trying to spend the right amount of time putting the effort into making the right process. But at the same time, you don't want to drag something out for too long. That said, for me, there's a lot of unclarity around what this public forum looks like. It sounds like that's true for everybody. And it might be something you can speak to. It looks like you have thoughts on that. I feel like whatever the process or the format is, I really think having an outside facilitator who is skilled at these things is key. There are skilled facilitators who know what they're doing in an online format. And I don't know if there's appropriate space to make recommendations outside of this call, but I'm happy to do that. I work with a lot of facilitators. But also, you need to share that format in advance so everybody knows what they're coming into and knows what to, setting expectations. I think in the online space, setting expectations for meetings is even more crucial than it ever was with in-person meetings. Helping people go in knowing that they will either have 5 minutes or be working with a group for 1 hour on their idea, whatever it is, but helping people have a sense of what they're setting up for to come to that meeting, I think would help. And really making sure you give enough time to it. Everybody's talking about it's an emotional issue. And I think that, you know, giving people enough time to express their emotions is one of the only ways to actually come together where everybody feels heard. So I don't know what this is going to look like. And I know I'm giving you a lot of big things, but, you know, for me, this kind of issue is almost a day-long workshop where you're really giving people a chance to talk and come together. And yeah, also the other thing for me that's clear is first step in this process is deciding whether or not to make a change. Like it's coming to that. I feel like our community is not agreeing on that, right? But that first step is whether or not to make a change. The second step is what is that change? And those are almost two different conversations. Because if you try to put, you know, what is the change into that same conversation about whether or not to even make it, I think, you know, you might not get anywhere. So breaking that process down into 2 steps makes a lot of sense to me. And yeah, I don't know also where the process lies in the end of if this goes to a public vote, once you have a decision on, you know, we're going to change it, this is what it's going to be, and the public has to vote on it. But bringing up that youth voice, the 12-year-old, I think was really important. You know, there are a lot of youth in the community that have strong feelings that would be cut out if this was put to a public vote. So that's my last thought, and thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Caller 525, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Leo Bennett Koshan. I share what I'm hearing from people in terms of concerns about process, and assuming that it's going to be somewhat similar to what we've experienced, which is with comments. I liked what you said, Mayor Thomas, back in July, that it would be great if out of this process we had something in writing. You talked about trying to create an historical document. I think it would be great if you take, because it's been so long that the logo has been adopted in some way, if you consider the process that cities use either for a new logo or their original logo, which is to survey the residents of Placerville. You know, I would encourage a paper survey in your bills or something like that, or perhaps you could do it online. And what I see in most cities is that survey simply asks people to write a short paragraph about what are their images for Placerville. Is the image the miner, the oak tree, the noose? Is the image the bell tower, the beauty of nature, the historical buildings? Obviously, I'm referencing 2 logos that are already available. But I think, you know, it would be beneficial if the conversation wasn't just for or against an existing symbol, but if it was also a positive option from all of those different images for people to consider. And then lastly, if we're going to do this kind of online back and forth, I've attended council meetings in other areas where we try to balance the conversation. So I don't know if you can do that in Zoom, but we'd have 2 mics and 2 lines. So perhaps you could have 2 phone numbers, and that way the mayor could allow comments to, you know, for or against, or, you know, using that kind of format so that perhaps the conversation doesn't go as it has in the past, just kind of in a circle. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Ellie Jones, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so, oh, sorry. So I just wanted to say, I understand where a lot of the other callers are coming from in wanting to have a different format for the discussion, but it seems that this is the way forward that the city council has chosen and is most comfortable with. And I feel like we've all been waiting for a long time to have a date set for this meeting. And I feel like at this point, you know, changing that would just be disadvantageous. And so I think we need to move forward with option 1 and schedule the date for April 7th. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. And I want to jump in here real quick. I do appreciate everybody sticking to the issue because it's easy to get off topic on this. And I just want to express my appreciation as we move through this. So thank you. And Ms. O'Connell, if you could take it over again.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Hi, you guys. I just wanted to say, well, first of all, to make my vote clear that I would like to choose option item 1 to schedule a meeting date for April 7th to get the ball rolling on this guy. And also I wanted to just make a positive comment. I just almost feel like the fact that this open comment opened with 2 members of the youth, I feel like that proves the purpose and the fact of what I've been doing and this whole movement in Placerville that has really been putting a very good light on all the darkness that's been happening in the United States and in small states. And I just feel like my whole thing from the beginning is get the youth up here, like let's get the youth, like their voice matters. And I am just so happy that this led with 2 youth. And another member had said, where's the magic? And I can feel it. The magic is happening here. And another member had said, maybe we can do a workshop. Like, what about a workshop? And I feel like this is our workshop. This is our practice. I don't think we need to have another meeting to have a meeting, to have a workshop, to have a workshop. This is it. And if you're ready for a real one, then let's do it. Like, let's meet up. I will meet up with someone in person, but I also feel like I'm going to stick with option number 1 and pick the April 7th date because that's what I feel, and I think that that's a good thing. And I don't know, I feel really happy right now. So I hope that the kids are having a good time with this because it's cool to participate in local politics, and I never got the chance to until last year. So this is awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Keely Link, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry, good evening. Actually, I wanted to call in and just say that as a person that came here from the Bay Area, I came here about 8 years ago. I came here to be part of this unique, very, very unique town. And I love the fact that it has so much history. I love the fact that that it's so deep and rich. And I think it really, it's misconstrued on the news, and a lot of the things, people like to give it labels, and especially as your youth learn in history, that there was a noose that was involved in other types of brutal acts. This noose was not even included in that. I mean, this is about crime. This is about coming to a safe haven. This is about justice and feeling free. And I just feel like this is why I came here, was to be part of such a community that was so unique and so different from the rest of the world. And it's just, it's unfortunate that so many people are attacking it as being race filled. And it's just unfortunate. So,
Mama,
oh,
my
sorry.
tummy hurts.
Oh, sorry. My little girl's here. So I'll let you go. So thank you so much. Anyways, for
My
hearing that.
tummy
Bye.
hurts.
Thank you, Keely.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello again.
Hello,
So
Michelle.
I definitely wanted to make my vote known for option 1. As Elizabeth DeBose said in an earlier comment, I do think it's important to deal with this and deal with it promptly before it explodes. I had a lot to say, but after hearing the 2 comments by the youth, I'm blown away. I'm inspired by the comments they made tonight. I really hope that they know that they're brave, and I hope that they know that what they say matters. Really, this is their future that we're talking about. And so I really hope that the council takes the comments of the youth into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mills, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. At this point in time, there's really no reason why, if you wanted to have an open forum, why you couldn't do it somewhere outside, like the fairgrounds, somewhere where there's grandstand seating or something, where there's plenty of room for everybody to spread out. Everybody can meet in person, they can be heard, and it can be done in a timely manner. Along with that, it should be put to a vote. So it should be decided on what it is that you're going to vote on, so everybody is aware and then it should be put to a vote. Because you can't change history, or you shouldn't change history. You should explain history. You should teach history. You can't change it or get rid of it just because a few people don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask that people keep their comments to the meeting, and so let's continue on. Thank you.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening again.
Good evening, Kathy.
You have heard arguments for and against the city's logo for many months now. And I feel like what some other speakers said, that you've already heard the many various comments. As you can see, even tonight from public comment, the debate goes on and gets nowhere. A yes or no debate on the logo as the only option seems to be a waste of time and energy and only serves to further divide residents. It's definitely something the city has a right to decide. If the council wishes to change the logo or just even to investigate it, you could have a contest and take a look at all of the submittals plus the logo the city has now and make a decision. That's one way to do it. I do think that you may want to take another approach than 1, 2, and 3. There are many more options than presented in this memo, and I'd recommend you support option 4, direct staff and the committee to prepare a different format to conduct the public forum. A serious effort would undertake soliciting a variety of ideas for how to feature the very chapters of Placerville's history, giving residents alternatives to choose among, not just a logo debate. Setting a meeting up with a yes or no debate is unproductive and wasting the opportunity for residents to present, discuss, and choose among other options for Placerville's identity and logo. You're setting yourself up for a feeding frenzy and may predictably decide what you already have decided in your mind. You've heard so much debate on this already. I think it's important to be willing to present a range of choices to define Placerville going forward. Such rich history we have and so many things to highlight. I don't believe setting yourselves up for a yes or no discussion, which is basically a fight, would be productive. I hope you will be brave and enlightened and will choose to actually let your constituents participate in discussions. If you intend to have a public forum, I strongly recommend you wait until you can have a meeting in town hall, not on Zoom. I know that you would then be hearing this for months and months to come, but who knows when that could happen. This really is a community issue. And if there were a public forum on Zoom, keep in mind that people can call in from anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So my position is we need, are you getting feedback like I am?
No, we're not.
Okay. My position is we need a meeting in the flesh, a gathering of us, and no Zoom, just like the original City Council motion stated. There's a lot of proposals I'd like to see. I don't like the idea of a facilitator because they're going to be biased. If you're going to do a facilitator, you got to have 2. Just save the money. Just take the public comment like you've been doing for months. Save the money on a facilitator because they will be biased one way or the other. So we need a public meeting in the flesh like the original motion. Truly focus on what the city residents want. Present the different actions possible between public versus private property. Hangtown was always a nickname, not an official name. If it's just a gathering of ideas, it shouldn't be done like a city council meeting where you get one shot at the mic. Maybe you give an opening statement at 2 minutes. As more information goes through the entire meeting, you can stand up and say, I've got a 1-minute comment on what was just presented. these are ideas for how the meeting goes forward. I would like you to present the history that is specific to Placerville. A lot of people don't understand what this was. The hangings were before we had a state of California in place.
Michael. Yep. Let's get back to the meeting.
Present. These are things that you should present during the meeting.
All right.
Okay, you need to say how this item can be put to a vote of the people, how that process would work. The people could do it, the city could do it. And I really do think this should go to a vote of the people, because then it's done, it's settled, and it's fully defensible. Put the issue to a final vote, let the people have the final word. No facilitator. And with due process, with a Zoom meeting, you have poor people with no internet. You have elderly people that can't navigate the Zoom. They're not being able to participate in this. So that versus the children are not voting adults. They can change all the rules when they become voting adults. So just something to consider. This is for us, the voting adults, to come together and vote on. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Sue, go ahead.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So I would say that number one, that says depiction of Noose and Old Hangtown as part of discussion needs to be eliminated. Opening it up to Old Hangtown being taken off of everything would be huge. That would include your welcome sign and so many more things. And I think this whole thing started because there's this little tiny noose in your, what I would call seal, because it's actually, if you look it up on the internet, that stamp is a seal, and it's on every legal document that I've ever been handed from the city. So I just think of all the thousands and thousands of documents that the city gives out that has that on there historically. And I think it's really kind of sad to actually lose that, because in generation. Okay. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, I guess that's where I'd rather not even schedule that at all, based on the things that I just brought up. And then number three is schedule a public forum with a different date and the content of the forum. So I guess that's your choice of whether you want to, what you want to include in this action. Again, I just wish we would drop it, but that's not going to happen because we have, anyway. And then 4, direct staff to prepare a different format. I think as many commenters have already said, and as you promised numerous times, this needs to be a public forum. This is so hard for so many people to do Zoom. And I think it's a really important decision. You're talking about changing the whole history, culture, everything. The people that are pushing this, I mean, I've spoken to most of them personally. They have a mission to do this, and they don't want it. They don't want to stop with just these couple things. They want everything changed, our culture, our history, and the whole way.
Let's break it back.
I'm saying that you need to do this in person because how critical it is to have those discussions. And as a previous speaker, you need to have, I've been researching a lot of history. It takes so much time to get the real documents. And I would love to share that with one of you if you want to implement that into your meeting, to have some real history of where all of this came from. And in your own general plan, it talks about educating the children in the schools about Placerville's history. So I think we missed on that. And talking about children, my granddaughter walked by, my 8-year-old granddaughter, and I asked her, what do you think of George hanging on the building? And she giggled and said, I think it's funny. And then she went off to bed. I mean, it's things shouldn't be so complicated for children. And I'm concerned about bringing the children into a pretty in-depth topic as this. So I would just vote to, keep it simple, because this is just, the more you open the door, the more it's going to get pushed. And I think you need to be very careful about process and public meeting, please.
All right. Thank you.
Open public meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Option number 4. First of all, you're not ready for a meeting in April. You're not even close to it. You haven't come up with any new information that in the past 6 months or so. Michael Saragosa, as mayor, talked about the importance of meeting face to face. COVID, sorry, didn't follow our calendar. So we're not ready to meet face to face. And the virtues of meeting face to face was already discussed by all of you. I think in addition, you don't have the information because as it was provided by our very able city manager about knowing where the origin is. So let me tell you, if you look at the old city hall, down in the basement, you're gonna find the glass window that has that seal. It goes back to the 1960s.
Kurt,
No.
let's bring it back to just what we're
I
talking about
am
with the meeting.
mayor, so let me help you, mayor. What we're talking about is timing. That's option number 1 and 2. And we're explaining to you why you're not ready for April, because you don't know the history. That patch that you see was used long before the 60s. The one that changed for the police officers is because they were police officers and it was
Kurt,
incongruent.
let's bring it back to the meeting and not the content.
The meeting is you're not ready. And I've told you, and you've had several options to explain to you why it would be appropriate to explain the history, which you haven't done. Have you looked at the plaque that's in front of the city hall that I've explained over and over, it says vigilantes? Have you asked Mary Corey, Marilyn Ferguson, any historian who tells you whether that's accurate? So the reason you're pushing this is because you've got a group that we've all seen the letters, those who look at it, says they're going to smear you. They're going to go public and embarrass this town if you don't do a change that's been around for 50 years. That logo has been around for 50 years. So, Mayor, these other issues are relevant because we were given a word back in when this was continued that was based on meeting face to face. And you're not ready because you haven't figured out the history of that. And I appreciate his good efforts. He's been around for 15 years and he's tried hard. You've had other people explain, like Kathy Lishman, why it'd be important to explain that history. You haven't done it. And I really don't appreciate the rudeness of interrupting people. When you gave your word, you got 3 minutes to talk about what's on the subject. And it's not to be tailor-made for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt.
Jaleel Baker, go ahead.
Jaleel, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, yes. I said good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Jaleel Baker with the Sacramento NAACP Youth Council, and I would like to start my comments off with a portion of the Brown Act. The legislative body of a local agency shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agency or of the acts or omissions of the legislative body. And so I think we should be careful about how much you're trying to censor public comment during this session, especially since you directed everybody to wait until they had public comment on this issue to this agenda item. So let's allow people to have their 3 minutes. It's really, the least that we could do. So definitely, I would like to support the idea of having a public forum in whatever the format that you have heard constituents talk about on this call. Having a public forum would definitely be great. Taking it to a vote would definitely be great. And in terms of your meeting, Mr. Mayor, that you've been talking about and restricting comments so strictly to, I think that it would be important to have a history lesson of racial bias present. Racial bias is very clearly, a central theme that runs in Placerville, but also definitely white supremacy is definitely a central theme that if you have not heard about the Proud Boys, it's literally a white supremacist group that has a chapter in your county and in your city, right? So I think that it would be important to have a conversation about racial bias and how that should influence this discussion. I think that it's important that everybody is informed about the history of racism when having the conversation of whether or not the terms hangtown and a symbol of a noose should be present, despite the history that is simply celebrating the vicious death penalty that was asserted in the city once before, I don't think that is much reason to, overshadow the brutal history of racism in this country that is reminded by the images invoked by your city council, your city members, your city emblem. So I think it's important that in that meeting, you have racial bias considerations brought up, and that your facilitator or whoever you decide to bring into that conversation is well-versed on the history and has some sort of credentials in training people with racial bias, as it will be a skewed and a flawed conversation coming from a biased perspective, as we already know how a lot of people in your county feel about this. But at the end of the day, it should be taken to a vote, and that should be a part of this meeting as well, is that it's going to a vote where people can decide ultimately, because clearly it has not been handled swiftly by this council and could have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Interested citizen, go ahead.
Hi there. Sorry, this is me, Julie Robinson. I feel this is a sad situation because we have folks who, are really attached to the identity of Placerville, and we have folks who are really repulsed by the noose. And so I don't feel like any kind of forum is really going to get anywhere, especially since we have such a huge power disproportion in El Dorado County. We have less than 1% of Black people in El Dorado County. Why is that? Could it be that they'd feel unwelcome because there's 17% in the rest of the country? The fact is, nooses are a hate symbol to many, yet.
So
okay. What I'm trying to say is, I don't really know the answer. It's just such a complicated situation.
It is, and we're going to look forward to having that discussion. Did you have any comments with your thoughts are on holding the meeting?
I think the biggest part is that so many people of color just feel so not heard. They keep trying to explain why it's uncomfortable for them, and they just keep getting shut down and told it's not. So I think people of color are really pushing for it to be soon so they can have their voice heard.
All
so
right.
I think I support to the April date.
All right, thank you.
Melinda Velasco, go ahead.
Hi, and thank you guys for doing this. So I think we should just get the ball rolling. It's not necessarily, there's not going to be some necessarily magical date, in the summer, in summer, in June, whatever. I mean, we don't know when COVID's going to be over. We don't know if there's going to be another strain or whatever that's going to put us all in lockdown again. Just move on it. We've been stuck here for a long time and it's not helping anything. And I know everybody's trying to make the best decision, and it's not because, I know there's good intentions. But yeah, I'd say just move on it, just do it. So April, yeah.
Thank you, Melinda.
Dawn, go ahead.
Hi. So I think you need to move forward. Move forward with a yes, no on the April date, and maybe later if you do decide to change it, you can have a contest, involve the youth, whatever. But it's been kicked around long enough, and I think April, yes or no. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Christina Gustafson, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Christina. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I definitely vote option one, regardless of if we do this on Zoom or in person. There's arguments on both sides, right? So whatever, but we need to set this date. Pushing this off isn't going to make it go away. We've been talking about it for a long time. It's time to, like others have said, it's time to keep going and move forward. The people that aren't ready for option number one, they won't ever be ready for option number one. They're not ready for change, and they possibly might never be. So it's time to just get this rolling. And also, Burley has stated that participation has increased via Zoom. I myself
have never listened or been to a board meeting or see any kind of meeting anywhere. So, and I don't love Zoom, but at the same time, it's accessible to most people. Anyway, yes, option 1 is the vote here.
All right. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lauren Gutty, go ahead. Mr. Mayor, I got an error message saying that Lauren is using an incompatible version or an older version of Zoom. If I promote her to panelist, we can allow her to speak. So if you
I want to hear everybody's voice
just for
tonight.
the moment. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Lauren. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to say that those that complain about the noose and say that it's a part, I mean, people that say it's a part of our history don't know anything about the history. It's kind of piggybacking off what someone else said earlier. The majority of the people in this town really know nothing of the history, and what I did find was very hard to access, like shockingly hard to find. I don't think anybody here really knows about it. And the fact that people complain that the noose is a part of our history, it is, but we have to know the history to take pride in it, right? And almost nobody knows anything about it. It's awful. And
Lauren,
yes.
Can I ask you to share your thoughts about the meeting? We're going to be talking about the noose and all that
Right.
as we
Right.
at the meeting, but what are your thoughts on the meeting?
Right, I'm getting into that.
Okay, thank you.
We have to move forward with it as soon as possible. It has been put off for way too long. Way too long. I don't know why it's being pushed back so much. I don't know why everyone is so afraid to even think about making a change. It's ridiculous. We have to move forward with it. April 7th, immediately.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, and we're going to give it just a few more minutes to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak who hasn't spoken yet. All right, we're going to go ahead and at this time, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to our council for discussion regarding the recommendations from our city manager. And let us know. So I'll go ahead and let you guys start off the conversation.
I've got a couple of things just to add in terms of committee notes in response to some of the comments. So in terms of, what the forum of this meeting would be, the way that I kind of think that we've settled on is that it would be a separate city council meeting. It would be its own meeting. There would be a staff report that would go into an overview of some of the, historical information about how our news came to be, and have some other materials to present to the public. And then it would just have a lot of time for open comment on the item so that everyone's voices could be heard. It would be a separate meeting. I think a lot of people are disappointed that we did not come to find a facilitator for this. And I'm kind of disappointed too. The truth is, when we started kind of working on the details and looking at, at first we looked at having a facilitator of a panel. But, when we actually started trying to put that together, the devil was in the details and it just became really difficult. So that's how we arrived at where we did. And I know that there's, the public has brought forward a lot of really great ideas. But as we were investigating them on the committee, we just kept running into roadblocks. So this was the best that we could come up with, but we're totally open to any recommendations that council has on this.
Thank you. Yes, Patty.
Just to follow up with Kara, Kara and I really have done some homework that hasn't been presented. And I'm kind of wondering now, after hearing people saying that the things that are not known and what is not known, et cetera. And also the issue on the young people. Kara, do you want to talk about what you've done and under that category? Talking to the teacher up at the high school and what's the input that we're asking from young people?
I have reached out to a teacher at the high school who's put together a survey, and we're kind of waiting to get those results back. But I figured that could be, included in the meeting as
Okay.
the staff report presentation.
Okay. And I've talked with Marilyn Ferguson, who is just a living history book. And I've also, and I'm in the process of putting that all together. And then I talked with Laurel Brentbaum from the Chamber of Commerce, because I asked her if she could somehow do a survey with the business owners, because I feel like, there's an awful lot of them that have the name Hangtown in their business. And I just would like to we keep hearing about how, people are afraid to come into town. And I just want to get the comments from business owners and see, what they're offering. So I'm wondering now, after hearing the comments that were made tonight, if maybe the things that Kara and I have looked into, and some of them being what I just talked to you about, if we should maybe have those presentations at the beginning of a meeting, and I'd like what we're trying to do is a well-rounded presentation, and then, then follow up with the comments. And then I think what it's going to come down to is we're either going to say, let's put it on the ballot, or the city council is going to have to make a decision after hearing everything. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Patty. Yes, Councilmember Saragosa.
Okay. I feel like we've taken two giant steps backwards. We did at least I thought I said very clearly that we were going to do some kind of in-person meeting. And I never thought that it was going to be a meeting, but probably a series of meetings that would include a lot of people bringing forward testimony and historical issues. I would have thought that we'd look at what the state library has. This isn't going to be cheap. I mean, if we're talking about, if we really want to dig into this probably isn't. That's why I had also brought up, maybe we talked to Bill Roby and in other organizations to look at maybe defraying some of those costs, because it really is important to the community. And I think there's other 501c3s out there that probably would step forward as well to potentially facilitate that. But I think if you go to an April 7th meeting, you're going to leave a lot of people with a bitter taste in their mouth, regardless of what the outcome is at that meeting after those conversations, because you can't. I mean, let's face it, we've said this whole time, there's keyboard warriors and people that will say things online that won't come into a meeting and say them in person. And so I just don't think we have the same ability to do it. And the reason why it's taken so long is because we've had a pandemic for a year. And so things aren't normal. Things aren't normal at all. And so to try to apply the same timeframes, because we would have had this conversation in person or done something different last year, but we were in the middle of a pandemic and we're still in the middle of a pandemic. So if it takes longer, then it takes longer. And if we have people call in every 2 weeks and want to take up 45 minutes to an hour of our public time to do that, then that's what it's going to be. But I still think that ultimately we need to have an in-person meeting. We need to really look at how those meetings would run. I think there's people that do this for a living that can help us do that. We have to try to commit. I mean, if we have to commit city dollars to do that. Otherwise, I think we're just saying, hey, look, it's really complicated. We can't do it. So we're just going to have a Zoom meeting and then we'll take a vote and see where the chips fall. I mean, if that's the case, then let's just go ahead and put it to a vote then of the people and say, we can't come to a decision ourselves as a city council because it's complicated. So, let's go ahead and have a vote of the people.
This,
All right, thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
this vote of the people keeps coming up, and you know, after the July meeting, we tried to have a special meeting to discuss bringing it up to a vote for the people, because that would have been the ideal election where we had a lot of people that would, you know, it would be a representative sample. A special election would not be a representative sample of the community, but support for that public meeting fell at the last minute. So we've kind of gone down that road before, and I think that we missed our opportunity, unless we're going to wait another 4 years for a presidential election where we'll actually have good turnout and it will be a representative sample of the community.
Well, the next election will probably be an all ballot election as well. So I don't think turnout's going to necessarily be an issue if we have a recall election, or if it's in the 2022 election cycle, a gubernatorial election cycle. I wouldn't ask for a special election because I think turnout is abysmal in special elections. But we haven't tried to do a poll of our city voters. I mean, even the people that called in today, I'd say 75% of them aren't Placerville residents. We haven't done anything in our surveys. We could put something in the water bill. We could put up a link on our webpage. I mean, we really haven't done anything to really get more information before we've moved forward to saying we want to do a meeting in person. So I'm with option 4 at this point, because I just think that ultimately, if there's more pain, there's no doubt, because we'll continue to hear about this, but I still think that's the best direction to go at this point.
Yes, Councilmember No.
I agree with I feel like we're taking a step backwards with the public process. You know, we've done a lot of things like put out notices in the water bill, town hall meetings, a lot of things that we've developed over the years to do better public outreach. And that's not even in the proposal here. You know, public outreach to our citizens, I think, is huge. We promised in-person meetings. I mean, if you were going to have a Zoom meeting, you could have done this last July and been done with us and saved us all this, you know, it's the idea that you're moving from the noose, you want to add Old Hangtown, which is a much bigger issue, and you want to hurry up and get it done in one meeting, to me, is the wrong way to go about this. I feel it's a poor public process, and I won't support that. The other thing we need to talk about is Old Hangtown. The 4 of you voted to bring Old Hangtown forward, and I didn't vote for it. And the reason I didn't vote for it is because it's a much bigger conversation. I mean, we have 60 businesses named Hangtown. We're part of a Preserve America community. You know, this is part of it's a much bigger conversation, and it's also, we're not talking about, you know, removing the noose is $5,000. You want to remove Old Hangtown from every city property, that is a much bigger number. It's a much different conversation. And so if we're going to move forward with, you know, if a council member wants to move forward with number 1, we need to define exactly what we mean. Is it coming off the welcome sign? Is it coming off the police cars? Are we getting rid of Old Town Creek and all the documents? Are we going to ban events that say Old Hangtown? You know, it's a big conversation, and I think we owe it to the community to have that conversation. And if we have to wait until the pandemic is over, well, we owe it to the community. I mean, I hear that some people want to hurry up and get this done. That's not how you deal with controversial issues where you have communities that are so divided. You don't hurry up and get it done. That's just how I feel.
Excuse me. Yes.
I want to say too that I am a little bit confused about, you know, I cannot remember honestly that I voted to Old Hangtown. I thought it was about the noose. I really would like to see the 2 separate issues and addressed separately. That's where I'm coming from. So I guess I'm moving to I'm willing to go ahead with number 1 if that's what, you know, what people want to do. But I kind of think that maybe I'm leaning more to try to separate those two issues. So
let me just share some thoughts I have. This, first of all, I truly appreciate everybody's comments, and I truly appreciate the fact that there are people on both sides of this issue that genuinely care about their perspective and what it means for our history, and also what it means for the African American community and others that may feel affected by this image on our logo. Both sides are very passionate about this, and I have a unique perspective where I grew up here. I lived with it. I understood it. I understand it. I understand why people locally feel strongly about it. And at the same time, I truly understand the challenges that some other people have with the imagery of it, the iconography of a noose. It has different meanings in different places, and not everybody's from here. And it's truly, it is. I struggle to balance this in a way that we can honor each individual's or each side or people's thoughts on this, and it truly is becoming an up or down vote. And from a public perspective, I don't know, is that the only solution? Is there other ways to go about this? And we heard some great comments regarding a different format, displaying the history. I thought, in my opinion, I thought Kathy Lishman did a great job of spelling out the lost opportunity for further discussion and understanding in our community what this is from all perspectives. Are there people that are certainly, I have literally asked several hundred people about this, and by no means is that a scientific study, but at the same time, it gives me a feeling. I have even people I'm a little afraid to ask, and I actually got flipped off once and had some other discussions about this. I was surprised at a few comments, and it's really all over the place. There's people that are really passionate about it on both sides, and there's a lot of people in the middle that are just wanting to live their life and raise their kids and go about their business. And really, what is all this nonsense about a noose one way or the other? They just kind of throw their hands up. It's like, how am I going to feed my kids? What am I going to do today? And it's not top of their mind. And it's like, whatever. And to put it to the council for an up or down vote, I don't know. I struggle with that. And I struggle with that because it's, well, when you're, can we find a way that nobody's happy? I mean, that, there's people that say that that's the best solution and was not everybody's happy, but I don't know that we're going to get there from where we're at right now. And I truly understand I'm talking in circles here, but I truly understand people's desire just to get this done, because it is a weight on our community. But to Councilmember Saragosa's viewpoint, it's like, it's been here since the 70s, from what city attorney, city manager says. It's 50 years, historical, maybe. But I'm struggling with it. I don't know where you all are going to go, because I look at these decisions. I like the idea of a broader format, like Councilmember Saragosa was talking about, that kind of brings more light to the subject. And I also like the idea of Vice Mayor Taylor says, let's get a vote and get it done. Your committee came up with a suggestion, and I believe in honoring those suggestions. At the same time, we heard a lot of information today too. I kind of talked in circles there, and it's more about recognizing everybody's voice in the room right now than it is about trying to just come but to have that discussion about the voices in the room right now that gave genuine input on this issue. Yes.
I've got a couple comments. So in terms of, why we're considering discussing the nickname along with the logo, we all know that when we defer maintenance on issues like road work, the problems get bigger and harder to fix. And I think that when the council decided in July not to deal with this issue, that's what happened. I mean, we've all gotten since then, over the last 9 months, hundreds of letters, and it's clear that the nickname and the logo, and the nickname is on the logo, it's clear that those two things kind of go hand in hand. And, people have waited very patiently as we as a council have bumbled our way through trying to figure out if, when, and how we're going to hear this. And my concern, I just like to get the hard, difficult things done so that we can move forward. And my concern is if we separate out the two issues, we're going to have to then come back and hear the second part of it. And I think every time that this is on the agenda, I think it's bad for our community. I think it's bad for our businesses. The controversy is bad for Placerville. And I think that we need to find a conclusion to it. I'm not in favor, I wasn't in favor of drawing it out back in July when the council unanimously gave consent to staff to remove the news and then change its mind.
Right. And that's what I remember. So.
I wasn't on the council, so I'm not taking credit for any of that.
Look, I mean, I think there's a lot to unpack here. It's obvious. I mean, we can make a decision next meeting to do something. Doesn't even have to be April the 7th. But I do think we owe it to the community to have that further discussion. It's great. I mean, we can change it, but if we really want people to think that their voice was heard and that they had an opportunity, it doesn't matter if everybody, I mean, I would say 95% of the people that show up will probably won't change their thoughts on where they are on the issue, but at least they would have the opportunity to have those I don't know, their voices heard in a way that is not in a Zoom environment. And I do think we can do a little bit more digging into just information. It isn't going to change anybody's mind, but I do think having more information out there is helpful because it provides context. And I can tell you, as the only person of color on the city council, and probably the only person that's had racism displayed towards them, I fully am aware of that and understand the racial implications of what we're doing. But I'm also understand that we represent a huge, not a huge community, but a community of a lot of different people. I also don't think I would have ever been elected to the city council if we were inherently racist in the city of Placerville. So, we need to take a step back and look at how we do this in a very thoughtful way. It is a big issue to the city. And I agree, every time it comes up, it's bad for the city. But if you just ram it through, it isn't going to change anything either. In fact, it'll make things more infamous. And so I would rather do things in a more thoughtful way than just go into a Zoom meeting and then make a recommendation. And again, and if that's the course we're going to take, then I would probably even look at a public initiative myself to put it to the voters. I don't think I'd have a hard time getting those signatures.
So what are your thoughts on what I said a little while ago about, having the different presentations from, maybe Maryland, maybe the chamber, and all that Kara is deriving from the kids, the students.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, I would rather do that in person and I'd rather, let's say this is going to cost us $50,000 to really look into it. Let's talk to Bill Roby. Let's talk to other people to see where we can get that money. I feel like we haven't even tried to do any of that. So
I don't understand why you're saying it's going to cost that much money, Mike.
I don't know that it will, but I'm saying a facilitator costs money. And my guess would be this is not just one meeting. It's probably 3 or 4 meetings, because you probably can't do all this in a 3-hour period or 4-hour period. And you can't really do an all-day event for the public to come in and talk to about it. So you're probably going to have to do a series of things. But if we were going to do this in a really thoughtful manner, then that's what we want to do. If we just want to be done with it, then we can do it in other ways.
Well, there's an awful
I
lot.
agree with what both of you are saying. Patty, I would like to see all those presentations too, but I don't think we're going to hammer that all out in a day.
So you're thinking that April is too soon to have, to get that?
I think we can get the ball rolling in terms of having those presentations. That's what we want to do, but I don't think that you're going to get all the information you want in, a 3-hour special city council meeting.
So what more information do we need, except because everybody keeps talking about history? So what more information do you need? We've already, it seems like we've already heard most of the concerns, especially the racial issues. So what more can we garner? What can we present? What more do you want to hear? And I really want to get the input, like I told you, with Laurel, and she's working with city manager to make sure that the survey, is not tilted one way or another, and get the the input from the business community. I think that's really important.
Well, I agree with surveying the business, but I also feel like we need to put it out in the water bill and outreach to more of our citizens. And I guess I had thought of, when we did the town hall meetings and we had the boards with paper and people could go write on them with different subjects and different thoughts they had about things. And, honestly, if you're looking at removing all these things from the logo, are we talking about redesigning the logo? I mean, I know that you keep saying it goes on and on and on, but that's part of this whole discussion.
And that could be done too,
That would be what we talked about at the meeting. That would be kind of like, okay, what are we going to do about this? Are we going to have a logo contest? Are we not going to do anything? Are we going to survey, the residents and see what their favorite things about Placerville are, and then hire someone to design a logo around that? Those are all remedies that we could discuss if we don't limit the conversation so much ahead of time by, deciding exactly what we're allowed to talk about. If we're just go into it with an open mind, hear all the concerns, and then come up with the remedies at that meeting. That's kind of how I see that moving forward.
Yeah, I appreciate your thoughts on the meeting, because I don't see there would be any value. We've heard everybody's thoughts in a 3-minute window, and like Michael said, I don't see that many of those people changing their views.
Right.
At the same time, I think that having a balanced discussion, and I don't know, it's interesting because I'm a visual person. When I visualize this meeting, I always visualize it sitting in a room and talking to people, and I don't visualize it looking and hearing people's voice over Zoom. It's just my visualization doesn't allow me to go there for some reason, and it's probably because it's hard to wrap my head around that. At the same time, I don't see that it's just a one comment from one person for 3 minutes, and that's all they get in a discussion, and then we're going to go and make a decision. I see this more of a conversation rather than held like a normal council meeting. And I think that's the piece that's missing for me, is understanding that process. And it could be the beginning of a process. It could be the final process. I'm not sure. That's, but I think we need to, regardless of which way we go, I think we need to start.
I agree. But so,
oh, sorry.
No, so if we have the meeting on the 7th, should we set some kind of guidelines now, or what we want? And you know, like Kara said, that, you know, that, well, we've all said it, that's a beginning. But agree not to make, I mean, that's not going to be the decision maker, that one meeting, and have more like Michael's suggesting, that we get more of an idea by having something like that. And in the meantime, maybe we can put out some surveys. I think, Kara, didn't we talk to Cleve about putting a questionnaire in the water bill?
I don't recall that specific point, but it's certainly something we could look into or do surveys.
Well, the challenge is water bills only come out every 2 months.
Well, and they only go to property owners too. You know?
Mhm, true. And I don't even see my water bill. I mean,
Yeah, I see mine.
yeah.
Maybe, I think Cleve has something I see he just popped it.
Well, there is. And before Cleve speaks, there is one thing that there's several things that people mention, but there's a couple of things that really struck to me is that, you know, I'm a big believer in you know, expectations, and I don't want to put a meeting there with people that feel like that they're going to get something out of it that they're not. And you can't always control that, but to set expectations on what the meeting is going with, whatever meeting we discuss and come to a decision on, there's reasonable expectations as to the process and people's ability to be heard. Whether, you know, we're talking about history and then the balanced conversation. And the other thing that somebody mentioned is the virtue of face-to-face. And I'm kind of with Mayor Saragosa on that's a big thing. Cleve.
I didn't really have any, you stated what I wanted to in terms of putting something in the water bill. The water bill is going out this week, I believe. and it's already full in terms of the number of flyers that we have in it for this week. So the next one will not go out until May.
And
so,
we have everybody's address, and along with Michael's point of view, we could send out a survey to everybody, regardless if it's a water bill or not.
You're exactly right. There's just an additional cost to that, but
right.
You're right. Yes.
We talked about that too.
And we have to, you know, Michael brought up a good point too. You know, if we're gonna, you know, there's part of my brain goes to, this is just a logo, but it's not just a logo. It's a symbol, and it you know, people carry that symbol with them in good ways and bad ways, and that's why we're here. And I struggle with how, you know, you talk about investing $50,000 into a conversation about our logo, which it may include the name Hangtown as well. It's yet to be cited, but I'm struggling with this as a community and our resources. And yes.
You know, I totally understand that nobody wants to be the one making a decision on this. None of us are career politicians. I don't think any of us joins the council to wanting to be in the middle of this controversy. So I completely understand wanting to avoid it. I would rather be talking about anything else, sidewalks and fire safety and anything else. But at some point, you know, the people that feel one way for the news, the people that feel one way against it, they're pretty set in their ways. And at some point, I think the council needs to show leadership and make a decision. I think that you could dig around for history forever and not really change any minds one way or another and not bring people together. I think that this hanging over the head of our community is divisive. I'm really not in favor of dragging this out forever.
I just want to say, I don't feel like I'm avoiding controversy. I feel the need to represent our citizens and make sure everybody has a voice and be heard. And I feel like there's one group screaming really loudly, but there's a lot of people who are talking to me who don't want to call into these meetings saying other things also. And so I also don't agree with the noose and the nickname absolutely go hand in hand. I don't think it's an all or nothing thing. And you know, we all have neighbors, we all know people, walk different parts of town and are talking to people. There's no consensus on this issue at all. And so how do you show leadership with a group of people who don't agree on any of those things? You know, some people say you can't take either. Some people say, well, you can take the noose, but you better not take Hangtown. You know, some people, you know, you gotta have it's all or nothing on one side or the other. It's, you know, I feel we need to represent, and to just say we're trying to avoid it is not accurate. We're trying to have the conversation that you guys promised to have last July, which was to have a real conversation about this in real forums, in real what we're talking about, outreaching to different groups, having presentations, you know, town hall meetings. Those are the things that we talked about doing and we've done in the past. And you know what? The pandemic has made it so we can't do it. Not our fault. Sorry.
So what do you want to, I mean, what do you suggest then we do about it? I mean, we can't,
Well,
we don't know. Do you want to go ahead?
I think,
Go ahead, Jackie.
I was going to say, Patty, I think that we can go ahead and start doing like presentations. Take one evening and have those different groups give presentations. You know, I think we also need to, you know, this is going to be part of an ongoing conversation. I think we need to have those in-person town hall meetings. We need to have them. It doesn't mean we can't start having that conversation, because like you said, you know, people have brought up, you don't know the history, you don't know this, you don't know that. Well, there's a lot of stuff to be put out there that we can talk about and should be part of the process. You know, it's part of the discussion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we need to start having them. I like the idea. I mean, I think someone brought up the fairgrounds. I mean, there's different ways that we could even do in person if the town hall is not amenable to a larger gathering of people, you know, ways for us to look at other locations to meet. But I mean, I've made no bones about, I don't particularly like the noose. And so it's not my thing. I mean, it's not a political issue for me. I don't like it, but I also want to hear what everybody wants to say about it. I want to know when it came to be, you know, on the logo. I like to have better understanding of that. You know, I think people that see it as something that came out in 1975 versus something that came out in 1930 may have a difference of opinion on what they think about it. And maybe, you know, they come to a better conclusion about where we want to go with a logo or a symbol for our city. So I do think that having those conversations are fruitful, even if ultimately someone may say, you know, I don't really like it, but I get it now. Maybe I have a little bit better understanding, as opposed to just trying to ram something through, because that sounds like what we're trying to, I mean, people were just saying, we got to get over with it. We got to roll with it. Let's get it done. And just getting it done means just really not listening to anybody else's thoughts or even history on this.
I think, you know, I think this is an important conversation. And I think this, you know, as I'm starting to, you know, kind of broaden my thoughts about this, you know, I came into this meeting with some thoughts. I've gone this way, I've gone that way. Where part of where I'm going is in my head is, this is a conversation about who we want to be as a community, because, you know, we talk about it's for all intents and purposes on most of documents, which I hardly ever have one with it on there. It's a logo that's this big on documents. On some things it's big, and on some things it's like this big, but most of it's pretty small. And it's about, for a lot of people, who we are as a community, and not about the noose, but the noose kind of lends towards the thoughts and feelings behind it. And I think that is the bigger conversation here, because it's not about an icon of a noose, because icons are things that people, you know, worship, and people, and it's about, but this is about who we are as a community and how we want to be represented locally, as well as how we want other people to see us as a community. And as great of a community as we are, this causes me to struggle with, you know, what we look like, and are we a warm and caring, and do we want to have things that depict that, or do we want to have things that depict things other than that? And so, you know, these are all the conversations that aren't being had if we just hear one voice, one side yelling at the other. And we, you know, facilitator, along with what Michael says, might help guide a conversation into the deeper meaning of a logo for our city than just whether you agree that the noose is historical or not. And is that, along those lines, is that the community one? Because ultimately, you know, that's what people are gonna look to us as, is, you know, what are they as a community? Yes, Patty.
Dennis, would you, either you or Cleve, explain, it was brought up again tonight about the hanging man and our control over that issue and what it's all about.
I'm gonna let Cleve handle that one, or even John if he's around. Oh, there he is. I would defer to actually our city attorney, actually, if you don't mind.
Now, as I understand the question, it's what control the city has over the noose that's on private property.
The hanging man.
Whatever his name is, George or whatever. George. We have very little control over that. It's private property. It's not city-owned property. The only way that there would be some control over it would be as a sign, but I don't think it is a sign, and Pierre can certainly weigh in on that if he wants to. So to answer your question, Councilmember Borelli, I don't think we have much control over that at all, if any.
Though we keep, this keeps coming up and it's an issue, and my understanding that George is considered part of a sign package for that particular building or business, and that we don't have the right to tell him to take it down.
Yes, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Planning Commission addressed that issue, and I see Pierre's screen is up, so he may want to comment.
Yes, if I can just give a brief comment. When the City Planning Commission considered the site plan review and the sign package for the Herrick building, and, you know, for both 301 and 305 Main, the Planning Commission did make a finding that the dummy constituted an historic sign.
So my feeling is if we didn't have that display on Main Street, I think a lot of this would go away. I mean, it's just so out there and we have no control over it. So you know, that's just my opinion, but I felt that way for a long time.
Is there, based on your understanding of the COVID rules and regulations and such, is there a way that we can have an in-person meeting that could accommodate people in a larger space that you're aware of?
You're asking me, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure. I would have to do some research on those rules. I don't know if Cleve is more up to date on them than I am, but I know as you move from tier to tier, things change and you're allowed to have larger percentages in your assembly. And with El Dorado County now in the, I guess we're in the red tier.
Substantially red.
Yeah. There may be some limits on it, but I know that you can do certain things that we weren't able to do before. As I say, I don't know if Cleve has more up-to-date information.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number. I believe, as was suggested, there was some suggestion of doing something outside. I believe that would be the most likely in terms of what we could do right now. In terms of inside, I don't believe that we have approval for what I anticipate would be a rather large group to meet inside right now. Yeah. But I'd need to verify the information, but that's my understanding of it right now.
Well, aren't they allowing now games, like, you know, the participation, people can go to view games and you know, so.
But that's outside though.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe we could have it like at the amphitheater or something, you know, with proper distancing or, you know.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah. I think it's a percentage. I think it's a percentage of capacity when you're in the red tier. The purple tier, I think it's obviously a smaller number, like 100 or something like that. I don't know.
The red is 25%, I think I keep hearing.
I think 25% or 100 people.
Yeah, I mean, the reality, if we're gonna have baseball back and people in the stands, I mean, I don't see why we can't have a public meeting with people with masks on to meet in person.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Okay. All right. Anybody have any? I think we should have a meeting, and I think the meeting we should begin this process immediately, as suggested, as a lot of people have suggested. What that format looks like, I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Can we decide that tonight? Do we need to bring it back to the next meeting and plan on that? You know, that let's see, April 7th date to figure out one way to do it. And if the worst case scenario is we figure out how to do a Zoom, I know some people made some recommendations about doing a Zoom meeting where you can collaborate and you can do, there's processes that you know, clearly we're as a city, we're trying to get by with Zoom, and you can see because we're doing our best with what we have to work with here, and our budgets are limited, and our IT staff is limited, and I think they're doing a great job with what we have to work with, and yet there are still limitations on what our expertise is here. And if that's out there, I bet within a month we could tap into it.
So Dennis, if you want Kara and I to set up, you know, presentations, we need to know, I think, like tonight, because it's going to take a while.
And, and we just would need a little bit more direction, because when we started, I mean, we went down the path of trying to figure out, you know, putting together a panel and who was going to be on it and what information was going to be present. And it just kind of started this rabbit hole that could have gone on and on and on. So if this is the direction that the council wants to go, I think that the committee and Cleve and staff just needs specific direction, because it really, you know, once you start digging into it, it just goes on and on.
Right.
Okay.
Do you have a thought, Jackie?
Well, I was going to make a stab at a motion, but to get that going, you know, my option is going to be number 4, to direct staff and the committee to prepare a different format and conduct the public forums, and put a little bit of direction on that. I have no problem with the April 7th date to bring just presentations. You know, you had talked about the chamber and the schools, or, you know, I think, you know, you can have that discussion about how to bring a balanced presentation and from more than one group, to get, you know, give a couple groups the opportunity, or collaborate for each side. I don't know. But, you know, on that April 7th meeting, I'd like to see, let's just hear the presentations and allow people to absorb that information. And then I'd like to see the surveys go out. You said you're sending surveys to the high school students. I'd like to see those surveys go out in our water bills also. And then we can talk about, you know, how else to keep that conversation progressing. That's my motion.
Oh, that was a long motion.
Well, I was just trying to, Kara had asked for some direction, and so I was trying to give that some form, you know, that we can start with the presentations, we can start with the public outreach where we can receive some input, and then, you know, in a couple months we can talk about, you know, what our levels are in an ability to get together. You know, I've really heard a lot of people say we need to be able to get together in a room, and unfortunately we don't have a date for that. We can't put a date on that yet, but you know, what I'm hearing is a majority of us think that's an important part of that, this puzzle.
I'll second that motion.
Yes, Kara.
To ask in regards to that, in terms of the surveys and the water bills, if they can't be done before April 7th,
I'll go out in the May ones.
but then when are we gonna, I know I've said this before, I want to, regardless of how long this takes, I want to be at least efficient with how often it comes back to the council. I don't want to do presentations and then send out more surveys and then have another set of presentations. I'd rather just have all that information packaged up.
Okay, well, I'm fine pushing it off further if you feel you need more time to put that together.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
how much, Cleve, do you have a guesstimate on how much a mailer would cost outside of saying it in our
and I'm suggesting the May water bill. I'm not suggesting we put more cost on this.
yeah, I'm just wondering how much it is. I just,
Let me, I'm gonna ask for Dave Warren to come on. He does those, I think, a little more than I do anyway. Maybe, Dave, do you have an example of what that might cost us to do a independent mailer from our water bill?
The cost would be for a double-sided 8.5 by 11, about $1,200.
all right. I'll pay it.
Printing
I'll,
and mailing?
if we want to do that, I'll offer up $1,000 of, I'll donate $1,000 to the city to help pay for that if we want to expedite that process.
I don't know why we can't wait for the May water bill.
I think
I'm just, if we want to move it up, I'm more than happy to do that.
So Dave, who would it go to? Just the same people that get the water bill?
Yeah, so we go to every account holder. So that would include whoever the account.
Whoever pays the bill.
Correct. So it could be a tenant, could be the property owner.
My problem with that is we're not getting a true, we have an awful lot of people that are just renters in town, that don't pay, that don't have the water bill in their name. I don't think we're getting a true.
I think it could be a good cross section of our town where it is not biased towards one way or another. It's not a bunch of people who are clicking on a survey or something like that. It's truly a cross section, and usually within a certain number of, and I don't know a whole lot about surveys or statistics that much when it comes to this, but after you hit a certain level, it's just, things don't vary that much after a certain point.
Well, it's fine. If we want to do that, we can get a pretty good idea, and then.
We can also get the voter file and mail to every voter in the city of Placerville. That's not hard to do either. I have that. So
that's kind of where I was going, Michael.
Yeah.
But if somebody's not registered to vote, you're not gonna get them either.
Right. Well, you're never going to get everybody. I mean,
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can get every registered voter in the city of Placerville.
How many is that? That's 6,700 or
about 6,700 voters. Yeah, it's about 4,500 households, something like that.
So Michael, are you suggesting that we send the survey out before the May water bill and just to expedite it?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay for it, the whole thing.
I'm in favor of that.
Remember, if you're talking about the voter list, that's about twice as many as what our utility.
Yeah, that's going to be more costly.
Yeah, but just so you know,
I can get it mailed out for cheaper than that.
Well, also, if you do, with the registered voters, if because there are often 2 registered voters per household. If you can consolidate that,
it's going to household it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just asked Pierre, he's on here too, if we have the ability to simply mail to all addresses in the city, and he says he believes their program can do that also, pull out those addresses. They do that a certain area, they do it for a certain area, but he believes we can do it citywide.
So who's going to devise the questionnaire?
I'll volunteer to be on that committee.
Okay.
Well, I know we have to run it by Cleve. He has to be
Yeah, no, I worked with John Driscoll when we sent out the questionnaire for the Measure H way back when.
Do you think Kara and I should be a part of it since we're kind of tapped to do the?
Or Cleve could work on it and send it out to the council, and we could each individually give any feedback.
Sure.
It's not-
You're going to have to limit it to 2 members on the committee.
Well, can Cleve just draft it up and send it out to the council? And we could just individually reply back to him our individual thoughts, and he would know them.
And how does he get consensus?
Yeah.
Well,
Not the best way to do it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And if we wait until your next meeting, which is the 23rd, you probably won't have the results back by the 7th. But maybe you don't need them back by the 7th. I mean, depending on what your next step is.
As long as we're not planning to take the final vote on it.
Well, I don't think there's any, what I'm hearing, you're not planning, what I'm hearing on the 7th, all you're gonna do is presentations. There's not,
Just a
not even
presentation.
taking public comment. Am I correct in that?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I'm saying, but I'm also think you need to talk to whoever those presenters are and what kind of time they need to put those together.
Exactly.
I mean, we're making some big assumptions without talking to the people who are actually going to do the work.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps what your motion really is to direct the committee to figure out who those presenters are, talk to them, and see if possible, if the April 7th meeting can work, if they can be prepared for that, to have a meaningful presentation at that meeting. Develop the survey and bring back that at a later date. I would say the 23rd, and then you'll have to bring back those results at a future date. And then, you can take that next step after that.
Do we want to have any opportunity for comments after presentations?
I think so. I mean, I think anything that we do should have that option to make sure people can comment on whatever information is presented.
Okay.
Probably should, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, if it's just a public forum as opposed to a council meeting,
right?
Official meeting, it depends on how we.
So if
present it.
staff was running the meeting and just had presenters, and it was not a notice council meeting, but just a public forum, I don't think there's any requirement that we have to take.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a reason to exclude them, and if it's a council meeting, either way, my goal is to have public comment. Councilmember Vice Mayor Taylor. Yes.
So this is starting to sound a lot like kind of the original format that we considered, which was a panel of people that would talk amongst themselves and debate amongst themselves with a facilitator that would come up with recommendations for the council outside of the council meeting, but open to the public. And then the council would consider those recommendations. This was kind of our original attempt, and it ended up being difficult, but it's not impossible. And it's kind of starting to sound like that's the direction that the council is heading in.
I don't know that I was assuming that the presenters were going to debate and give a recommendation to council. My goal was just to have information presented to people so that they could take that in and absorb that. There's a lot of information to be presented, and we don't have to debate it every single time we get together. We can present information and just take a moment to absorb it all, and have a different forum to debate things.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if we ask for the presenters, like if Laurel gives a presentation, I don't think she needs to be questioned on it. She's just, going to present the facts, ma'am. And, that's the way it is. The same with Marilyn or whoever, maybe Mary Corey. I don't know who the history person would be, maybe a combination, but I don't think they need to be quizzed. They just need to give a presentation.
I feel like we're trying to do something that we're really not educated to do well. And I say that with all due respect to everybody on this council that, you know, we're really, there's people that do this for a living and do it really well. And I imagine you guys have discussed this and you went to the idea of kind of, you know, people want to see this done and want to see it. There's a large community of people on both sides that just want to have their voice heard and be done, make a decision. But I struggle with, you know, how we're trying to piece something together here that and truly this is about our community identity and this is going to go for all those people listening with NAACP, with all these other things. You know, I get that you want to put pressure on us, that you feel the need to you know, get your voice heard, and believe me, you're getting your voice heard. And at the same time, there's a lot of voices that live in this town, that are in our community, that are important to us, that we represent, that want to be heard on both sides of this issue. And that to me takes far more precedence over people that don't live in this community. And I think it's important for those people outside of the community that want to weigh in, that they weigh in and provide valuable information and not just threats. Because I think there's a lot of, I think that education on both sides of this is important. And I'll leave it at that. I don't know, I talked about a presenter or somebody that really knows what they're doing. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? I'm not saying we don't really know what we're doing, but kind of goes that route. Yes, Cleve.
Mayor, it sounds like to me what might be the best thing for you to do is simply, you've given some direction, tell the committee to go back and make another attempt at it based on the direction that you've given tonight.
Yeah.
Let them bring that back on the 23rd. We could still keep that meeting on the 7th. We could try and do that if we can still make that to do these presentations, so we can keep that date live. If by chance on the 23rd it proves that that's not feasible, that that's too soon for people to gather information, etc., my idea is that the committee can come up with what they want to do, who the presenters are. We can talk to the presenters, get them started preparing the information, bring it back to you on the 23rd. If everything is good, you agree with that, then we hold the meeting on the 7th with the presenters that we've got at that point and move forward from there. On the 23rd of this month, we would present you the committee, and I'm putting a little pressure on the committee here, but would have the full kind of plan of how we would move forward, not just that meeting on the 7th, but what's going to happen after that, including the surveys, et cetera, that we can move forward with. So perhaps rather than trying us to keep going back and forth and debate and come up with a plan here, maybe you need to send it back to the committee. You know,
I thought you already made that motion, and we had a motion and a second for number 4. We were just trying to give some parameters because they were asking for it.
Well, I didn't necessarily hear that you were going to send it back to the committee, but that's anyway. But if that's true, then yes, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilmember No. That's essentially what our position was, and then we kind of dovetailed off of the giving directions into a much broader discussion.
Well, I think for clarity's sake, I think it's important that, you know, we kind of bring all these conversations into the fold, and if, because I'm struggling with your, because I have it on my notes right here. We have a motion and we have a second, but it feels like it's lacking now that we've had this additional conversation.
Oh, I honestly, I didn't hear the motion. I just heard Jackie's explanation, and then it went on and on and on, and then we laughed and
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, let me clarify then. My motion was to direct staff and the committee to prepare a different format and to conduct the public forum. So, you know, we talked about the presentations, we talked about, I guess a mailer will send out to the entire city, and, you know, what sort of public meetings that we want to have that you guys will talk about and come back with. I think what we're saying is we're rejecting the idea that we're going to have one meeting a month from now and make a decision on everything.
And I seconded that motion.
Okay, so are we having a meeting on the 7th?
That's for the committee to discuss and bring back on the 23rd, as Cleve mentioned.
Okay, I think regardless, we need to have some kind of meeting on the 7th. And I think that, and I hate to put pressure on everybody, but you know, doggone it, we've been down this road, and I would like to see a meeting on the 7th. And I don't even know what it looks like. And and I'd like to push for that. Yes.
Dennis, could we
Yes.
wait till could you wait until we have a meeting and then what we present to you on the 23rd? Because Cleve did say that we possibly could then, have the meeting on the 7th.
I would like to strongly urge you to consider that.
Okay. But I would hate to set the, say, yes, we're going to have the meeting, and say something unforeseen comes up that we can't,
Right. And yeah, and even if it's well, I don't want to go there. Michael, you were shaking your head. Did you have a thought?
No, I was saying, I think that's a great idea. I think if we can hold the time and the date, I mean, we don't know if people are going to be available to do presentations that day. So, I mean, there's a lot of caveats, but I do think, I think it's good because I want to get this going. So the date's a great date. It's, the quickest as we can get to, but knowing that there could be, issues with people being able to show up that day, if that's what the committee is going to, give us for option.
They might need a Saturday, who knows? The great thing about Zoom and YouTube is people can go back and watch it.
Well, and that's the thing that was rolling around in my head too, was is that even if we do something that people can't watch at that time, they can go back.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, and record it and save it for perpetuity.
Yes.
All right, so we have a first and a second, either for any further discussion. All right, Ms. Connell, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor? I'm sorry, I missed that.
No.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could take 5 minutes, a quick break, and we'll return in, what time is it? It's 9:29, we'll return at 9:35. All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring this meeting back to order, and next item on the agenda is item 12.2. I'm going to stop real quick. A lot of people have left already, about 18 people, but for those people that have stuck around, I really want to express my appreciation for everybody sitting through, listening to us discuss that. I hope you give us some grace on how we're working through this, because I know that it's our entire council's goal to, one, make sure everybody's voice in the room is heard, and two, that everybody that we come to a meaningful, find a meaningful process to come to a conclusion on this. And so I want to express my appreciation for that. All right, and now we're going to move on to another exciting part of our agenda here, and this is Dave Warren's mid-year budget report, and I'm going to turn it over to Dave Warren, our I'm sorry, finance director, right?
Sir.
And director of finance and assistant city manager.
Correct.
There. It's good to see you all. Good evening. I know it's late, so I'll try to keep my comments brief. And as the mayor indicated, we do have some good news for you, especially considering that we're in the middle of the pandemic. I'm going to start the presentation here. And you should see it now. See it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So jumping right in, the purpose of this presentation is to primarily answer two questions. One is, how is the local economy doing? And the answer to that question, considering, again, we're in the middle of the pandemic, as it was indicated earlier, are the city and the local areas doing relatively well? And I hope you find the following slides to demonstrate that. The second question is the city living within its means? And again, I think you'll find the following slides The answer is resounding yes. So jumping right into the economic data, we have your 2020 regional unemployment rates, including the state of California, the county, SAC metropolitan service area, and Placerville. And as you'll see in February, we actually had record low unemployment. I've never seen Placerville's unemployment rate so low. It was actually 2.8% at that point. And then the pandemic hit. And as you can see, in April, it shot up. The state of California was above 16%, and the other areas were just slightly below that. But one of the cool things about this chart, unlike the past, I've never seen this before, Placerville actually outperformed the state, the county, and the metropolitan service area. So that's very good. And as you can see, the rates continued to drop as the state began to reopen. And we actually hit a low in November, and then it popped up again in December, which is normal kind of behavior. Looking at Placerville's unemployment rate again, we've had a good ride over the last 5 years, record low in February, and it spiked up and then progressively got better through the end of 2020. Looking at your housing market, this is pretty incredible. One of the reasons why we've done so well through this pandemic, relatively speaking, is our real estate market's been very hot, especially in the greater Placerville area. And as you'll see, sales volume was up significantly all 12 months. And as a matter of fact, there were 208 units more sold last year than the previous year, which is a 71.97%. So again, that economic activity, people fleeing the high density areas to come up to the foothills, has really helped us get through this whole economic struggle. And then the average prices are also up all 12 months during last year. Now I'll hand it over to Director Zeller to kind of talk about our recreation programs briefly. With that, Terry Zeller, if you could speak about this chart here.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to give just an overall summary of our mid-year budget. And overall, we're looking to continue the same service levels from the first half of the fiscal year in parks and facilities, with the addition of hiring a couple of part-time maintenance workers. The changes that we're looking for in spring are all found in the recreation division. In summary, we intend to restart Goldbug Park programming for weekends and have a limited amount of private mine tours, self-guided, that we normally contract with a group called Rock and Water. So we are going to be restarting Goldbug to some extent. We're also offering limited youth and adult classes and sports camps, adhering to the COVID guidelines that we have through the county. A big thing is restarting our adult softball leagues under our county COVID guidelines. And the pool this year, we are going to be focusing on expanding our lap swim. We're doing some water exercise and learn to swim programs at the aquatic center, but as of now, we are now looking at public swim. The aquatics is going to continue to be a net loss for the budget, but it's currently costing us in utilities, chemicals, mechanical upkeep, and staff hours to maintain the pool right now with no programming. So we really want to get back to programming the pools. So that's kind of a snapshot for the rec and the rec program attendance that you see ahead of you on the slide here. Just shows that we've had a huge drop in our program attendance.
Thank you, Terry.
Sure.
Moving on to building division activity. Director Rivas will walk you through this data and kind of show you what's going on there. So with that, I'll hand it over to Pierre.
Thank you very much, Dave. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This is just a chart showing building division activity. Basically, it's showing the monies taken in through construction permits and plan check fees. And if you look at the mid-year for 2020, July through December, you could see that we've actually exceeded more than half of what our actual was for 2019-2020. So we're actually forecasting a greater revenue stream under construction permits and for plan check fees than we did during the last fiscal year. So we're looking fairly good. It was interesting too, both listening to Dave and some of the impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, is that we actually saw quite a slowdown at the beginning when the lockdown first happened. But then things really started to ramp up. We started to get a lot of permits, mainly people concentrating on their homes, probably finishing up that deck project they had meant to work on a few years back, or other types of activities. More concentrating on the home just meant for greater revenue and a good number of permits despite the COVID. Next slide, please. So this slide is showing the issued building permits, and you can see then, comparatively speaking, we've been sort of in an upward trend. And as we approach the 2019, 2020, started to dip a little bit, and it dipped a little bit in the 2021, despite the slowdown that we had during the first half of the fiscal year when the COVID hit. But I think we're doing pretty well, pretty robust amount of activity despite the shutdown. Next permit, please. Next slide. This is building valuation. So basically this is the valuation or the value of the improvements that are being made. So this is sometimes more up and down. You can see we had some spikes there in 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017, and then in 2018, 2019. Those are some periods where we saw a lot of construction of single family homes and probably a few larger, some of the commercial projects in the past. But especially we saw in the past, we saw the Eschaton development build out. We saw the Wine Sap at Rigid Orchard Hill starting to build out. And so you see these spikes. But again, as I mentioned in one of the previous slides, a lot of the projects now are some of the smaller value projects, re-roofs, those kinds of things, as people become a little bit more focused on their own homes. So the projection is a little bit less than than the previous fiscal year, but still, I think it's fairly good. It's not as much of a drop as we would have expected. Next slide, please. This is our planning and zoning revenue. So this is monies that we get for the application fees. This would be for fees for, say, a tentative parcel map or conditional use permit, site plan review, temporary use permits, those kinds of planning and zoning applications. And we actually saw a little bit of a jump, which was interesting. I know our Andrew Painter, our city planner, he's been sort of saying he's pretty darn busy dealing with a lot of these planning applications that have come in. So again, I think the pandemic has made people sort of concentrate on their properties, what can they do to enhance the value of those properties, and looking to the future for future development. Next slide, please. This is showing the number of single-family dwellings. And again, as we saw in the previous slides, where we had those spikes, that's where we had a lot of activity in Eschaton and Wine Sap, and there was a lot of construction of single-family homes, but things sort of have, died down a little bit. We're still hoping in the not too distant future, when Cottonwood 4 and 6 basically becomes a final map and records, then we'll have about 38, 39 single-family residential lots there to be developed, and we're still waiting for Estonia. I think that's another 39 single-family lots that could be developed in the near future as well. But we're only anticipating 5 homes to be built during the remainder of this fiscal year. Next slide. I think this is the final slide for development services. This is the impact fees that come in. And so a lot of times these fees, you'll see where development activity increases, where we have new residential development or new commercial development, where they're going to connect to the city sewer system and our water system, and then we can collect those fees. So when we had a robust period of housing development, that's where we get the lion's share of both traffic impact mitigation fees, the sewer fees, the water fees, and then also we also collect a park fee as well. So you can see is in this current fiscal year when the number of housing and other new commercial development slows down, then as we also see a reduction in the impact fees collected.
Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you.
Now taking a look at engineering fees, I'd like to hand it over to City Engineer Neves to go through this information.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Council. Wanted to walk through some of the fees that we've been collecting over the last 6 months, as well as our projection moving forward. Some kind of interesting trends that we had, you may recall or not. Last year, we actually were, at this time, we had issued about 41 encroachment permits. And this year we issued 99, excuse me. So more than double the amount of encroachment permits. So a lot of encroachment and activity within the right of way. And these are actually the paying encroachment permits. This does not include all the encroachment permits that we waived the fee on to support the businesses through the pandemic in setting up their sidewalk dining, etc. So we've been really doing our part as far as that goes in addressing, trying to support the businesses. So the 99 permits, a big chunk of that actually is related to the PG&E work that's going on through town. They're coming in for permits on a regular basis, and with double the permits coming in this year, the interesting part is we've actually been addressing that increased need with half the amount of staff that we had last year. We were lucky to have Mark and Brett and Celeste with us for a long time, and they all retired when everything got a little uncertain for the pandemic, and so we're grateful for their service, and we're grateful now for the staff that we have. Aaron and Melissa and Corey do an amazing job at keeping us at 50% that level of staff and still moving along. So thank you to them. We're also seeing an increase in street frontage improvement agreements, and that is the deferral to do the frontage improvements for projects coming forward. We've got a couple more of those coming forward. You've seen some on your council agendas recently, and so those are moving right along too. And some of the trends that we're seeing too is, we could probably go to the next slide. We're actually seeing a trend in increases in water meters and sewer CICs and grading permits from what we saw last year. And but we did, however, take a much more conservative approach on estimates for our TIM fee estimates, which is actually a fairly high revenue generation, as well as park fees and grading plan checks and engineering plan checks too. So we figured it's better to be a little bit more conservative with those numbers until they actually start coming in. But as Pierre mentioned, Cottonwood 4 and 6 is proceeding, and so we'll be receiving some revenue from that, but just keeping in alignment with a conservative approach to our budget. And that concludes my portion.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now looking at our sales tax, I know you received the quarterly sales tax reports from HDL, but I just want to highlight some things that are important to our presentation tonight. Just as a refresher, your Bradley Burns, which is your general fund sales tax, is 1%, is the 8.25% of the total sales tax, is your most significant local economic indicator. It does represent 61% of your total general fund revenue. We do have strong per capita sales tax in Placerville, $497 in 2019 per person. Placerville ranks number 36 as of 2019 out of 539 cities. We hope to be number 1 someday. And when you look at our quarterly results, as of September, we're always behind about 60, 90 days, but we experienced about a $12,000 increase, which was 0.9%. We actually thought we were going to have about a 1% decrease, but it included prior period adjustments. If you take those prior period adjustments out, it was actually a 2.8% increase. Not a huge increase, but when you consider we're in the middle of a pandemic, pretty darn good. So statewide, it was actually negative 0.17. So we outperformed the state as a whole on average. Real quick, one of the things I wanted to point out on this slide is the fact that your state and county pool is growing, and that's your online sales tax primarily. So last year, that portion of your portfolio was about 20%. It now represents 27.5, which to me is a good thing to a certain extent, because your building construction and auto almost made up 50% for many years. So now we have more diversification. And by the way, the city of Placerville generates about 20% of all online sales tax. So we get, or sales tax, we get 20% of every online sales tax in the county. So no matter where they are in the county, we get a piece of the action. This just shows you the third quarter performance by category. Again, when you look at your state and county pool, we had 43% growth in that area. And you can see we had winners and losers in all the other ones. We appreciate and are thankful for all of our businesses, especially our top 25, which are listed here. These businesses, I have to say, all of them stayed open for the most part, if not completely. And that really got us through this pandemic and the depths of it. And so really appreciative of all of our businesses, especially our top 25. This is just showing you the very volatile growth. I know our Vice Mayor acknowledged how volatile our sales tax is. And a lot of that is the ups and downs of the economy, but also prior period adjustments on the cash basis. So in fiscal year 1920, we received a little over 5.4 million in sales tax, pretty good year. This year, slightly less. We're actually assuming a little, just over 5.4 million. We did assume an adjustment. There is one online retailer, I can't say who it is, but it is a major online retailer. We anticipate fourth quarter sales were actually over-reported. It could be approximately $110,000, so we assume that in our forecast. So year over year, the forecasted loss, if you will, is $73,000 or 1.34%. Again, not great news, but much better than you would think in a pandemic like we're in. Looking at your historical sales tax, you can see, prior the Great Recession and then the development up, still not bad. The red represents cash. The blue bars indicate adjustment for inflation for that 1 year. The green bar is cumulative inflation. At that point in 2021, about 44% inflation. Looking at your budget, as a refresher, we started out with a $1.6 million forecasted deficit, which at that point was about a 10% deficit, pretty large. And at that point, the city could not pass a balanced budget at that point. So we opted to, the council approved a continuing appropriation, which was a 90-day kind of an average of our prior year budget. That got us through, kept our lights on, continued operations, until we had our second quarter sales tax, which was real critical information. Fortunately, it was higher than what we thought, and we were able to balance our budget, which totaled 19 million, almost $20 million. The general fund portion was 8.8 million. It included a $75,000 contingency, and almost every line item was cut because of how tight the budget was. We did implement, as what was mentioned by City Engineer Neebs, our voluntary separation incentive program. There were 9 employees that stepped up to the plate, thankfully, and basically retired early. And right now, the budget does not include any cost of living adjustment for employees. We did have a minimum wage increase, which is mandatory. So that's in there. We did receive $135,000 in CARES Act funding, and that helped pay for half of our unemployment insurance costs, for a police officer for 6 months of this year, actually 9 months for this last calendar year, and then also a dumpster up on Broadway that was mentioned earlier tonight. And just as a refresher, our revisions to the budget, we had a $31,000 pickup, the Christmas lights downtown, $8,400, and our REAP grant for the Development Services Department. So looking at the big picture, your general fund, your revised budget is 8.8 million. we're forecasting. What we do is we look at your first 6 months of the fiscal year that runs from July 1st to June 30th. And we take the first 6 months and then we say, okay, what do we think is going to happen the last 6 months? And so we forecast that and then we present it to you here. And you can see that revenues, unfortunately, are about $118,000 or 1.34% less than what we forecasted. But the good news is our expenditures are down by over $447,000 or a little over 5%. And so that's the good news tonight for your general fund. And a lot of that is our community services department really reacting to the pandemic, not running programs where we can't and saving that money in the long haul. So net transfers out about $24,000 higher. And that's primarily because of our gas tax coming in a little bit less, which we transfer into our general fund for road maintenance. But the good news is the bottom line we're forecasting, this is a forecast, it's not for sure, but we're actually forecasting $288,000 surplus in your general fund, if you can believe it, in the middle of this pandemic. Pretty cool. And this is just general fund dollars showing you proportionally by department, what that looks like. When you look at the revenues, we talked about sales tax down by about $1,200 or $12,000, excuse me, compared to budget. All other taxes, that's actually up by $11,000. That's your franchise fees, your TOT, your real estate transfer taxes. So actually up by $11,000. Construction permits, Pierre tells me that he's forecasting about $30,000 more than what we budgeted. Intergovernmental revenue, that's primarily your property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees. We actually got our first 50% in January. It's looking like it's going to be about $32,000 higher than what we budgeted. And then charges for services, that's anything from development fees to engineering fees to our community service recreation fees down. And that's primarily because of the programs that Mr. Zeller wasn't able to perform. A lot of that's Goldbug Park that we couldn't, but we also saved money on the expenditure side of the ledger. So slight difference in monies and properties. That's primarily rentals of town hall, the pool, because of pandemic. So total $118,000 less than the revenue for the general fund. And then by department, you can see there, police department had several vacancies. That's saving us about $234,000 projected. Development services had additional contracts, additional revenues to cover those, by the way. Engineering is doing a great job doing cost recovery with our CIP projects, development projects. So that's actually saving us about $36,000. Community services, again, huge drop in expenditures, but that's because of COVID and programs not being able to run. Public works, slight bump up because of cost overruns. Again, we cut our entire budget really tight. So it's hard when emergencies happen. City council, you're well within your budget by 2%, saving $2,500. City administration, similar story, $2,000 there. Finance, we were a little bit higher. Our HDL, we have more activity in our sales tax auditing, and we had one position where a new employee backfilling that the health insurance was a little higher for that person. Non-departmental, that difference right there is primarily due to the transfer in from gas tax being a little bit less. So it tends to bump up the whole overall cost by $44,000. So again, less budget, $423,000 or 4.77%. And just as a refresher, we do not budget for contributions for future retiree medical. We do pay as you go. We did assume expending our entire contingency of $75,000, and the $288,000 surplus is primarily due to the $423,000 in one-time budget savings. And more good news, our prior year, we actually came in with a little bit of a surplus, $250,000. And again, this end of this fiscal year, we're forecasting $288,000. Real quickly, you have several special funds like our Measure J add-on sales tax. HDL is telling us that the sales tax is going to actually exceed budget by $47,000, which reduced our transfer out or transfer in from the general fund by $108,000. So that contributed to that $288,000 surplus in the general fund. Measure H, similar story. If our forecast comes to fruition, we'll have $39,000 for our engineering department to do projects. Measure L, we also anticipate being above budget on sales tax by $55,000. Again, more money for projects. The Water Enterprise Fund, because of slow pay, no pays, ticking up because of the pandemic, folks maybe being unemployed or just struggling. We did assume a 2% discount to our receivables. However, your overall revenues are still up by $183,000. And we anticipate $348,000 surplus, which goes right into your reserves and capital projects, again, for engineering and public works. Sewer Enterprise Fund, again, we discounted 2% on our receivables. Because Measure H, which is transferred directly into your Sewer Enterprise Fund for coverage ratio, debt service coverage, as well as projects, instead of $645,000 in for projects, we anticipate having $827,000. So good news there. Both water and sewer, I just want to point out that Public Works forewent filling 2 positions. One's a full-time senior maintenance worker in water, and sewer also has a full-time position for senior maintenance worker that was included in your rates. Forewent that because of changes in personnel. We anticipate filling those next year, but again, that's creating about $100,000 in both funds for savings this year. The only bad news I have for you is your parking fund. It's having a rough time, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out when you walk through the parking structure. Things are picking up, but they're still relatively slow. And your daily parking and your citation revenue are down, and your citation revenue we anticipate being down by about $38,000. Your daily parking down by about $52,000. However, we see that as a temporary problem. Basically, what's happening, you end up with a $14,000 deficit. So instead of having about $95,000 to put towards projects, we're going to have to dip into fund balance by about $14,000. We'll be okay. We have one project coming out of this year's revenues for Town Hall, the parking lot. I know Rebecca's working on that. And instead of paying out of net revenues, we're planning on, if it's okay with council, to take that out of fund balance, which we have adequate fund balance to do that. So non-major, other non-major funds, I just want to breeze through here. The only 2 I want to comment on is state tobacco grant. This is the last year. It's not being renewed next year, so we'll have to backfill that. And we'll talk about that at budget time. And then the state coronavirus relief. This was one-time money that dried up as of December of this year. However, as you know, there's additional stimulus monies that may flow through the city's coffers. We're still not exactly sure how much that's going to be, but it could be fairly significant. So, but that's not included in tonight's analysis. And let's go ahead to the bottom line here. So your total operating budget, your revenues were budgeted, revised 23.2 million, we'll say. We forecast 23.5 or $257,000 more, about 1.1%. Expenditures down actually about $634,000 or 3.15. And this is before capital expenditures. So, you know, this 4 million is not just fund money. We have plans for that money mostly. Most of that is Measure H and Measure L money going right into your CIP, your capital improvement program. So good news. So, you know, I think you saw in the previous slides, the local economy is digging out. It's actually performed quite well considering what we went through. A lot better than a lot of different agencies, especially as you get in more coastal areas. So the economy continues to persevere. City council and management continue to operate the city in a prudent and responsible manner. And we anticipate year-end operating revenues to exceed operating expenditures from those funds. And we will provide the council with more information and budget proposals on May 6th at your first workshop. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right. First of all, thank you very much for that presentation. You highlighted a lot of really amazing statistics that I didn't believe would be possible at this time. And you did it all in, I don't know how many minutes, not that long. And I would encourage everybody to take a deeper dive if you're really interested, because he did a great job of giving an overview of our position. And I would encourage those that are interested to take a deeper dive into this data. It's online. You should be able to take a peek at it. And there's a lot of valuable information there about what's going on in our city. And with that, does anybody have any questions for Dave? All right, hearing none, I have a couple. The 20% of all online sales tax, why are we so high in that in the county? Does that mean the people inside the city limits are purchasing more online, or how do we get that dollar amount? Because at 10,000 people in a county of 100 and I don't know 90,000 or so, how does that square up?
Well, there was mention of the golden chain. We are in the golden chain, and because of our history, our tourism, we're the county seat. We have a lot of people. Our regular population is just over 10,000, but our daytime population is probably over 20,000, with the county offices being here and whatnot, the court, and so. Your daytime population really contributes. And that's why Measure H, Measure L, Measure J have done so well in leveraging that. But yeah, we generate about 20% of point of sale sales tax. And so every online sale, as you mentioned, we get a piece of that. So I'm very thankful that we have that. When the economy variates, it does hurt up, especially when it goes down. But we're very fortunate to have that, and thankfully, the South Dakota Wayfarer decision, which basically changed the way online sales tax is handled, happened right a couple of years before the pandemic, and also other legislation that's passed. So anyway, good news.
Well, thank you very much. The parking fund, even though it's down, it wasn't that long ago. Matter of fact, I think it was 2006, 19 or 18, I think 2018.
Yeah.
18 that we actually started creating a fund that was actually supporting the parking by changing it. So this fund used to cost us 25 to 35,000 each year. Now it's actually generating revenue. So I think that's a huge win there. And we've done this all by a lot of it. One of the things that I don't think people recognize is how much more we're doing with less people and dealing with this pandemic. And when you talk about engineering having 50% staff, almost every department has had cuts in staffing, and yet we're still carrying on all the same duties, except for in Terry's in the parks and the recreation department. They're kind of struggling with opportunities to support our community right now, but everybody has taken a hit, and I think that our community should truly appreciate the efforts that everybody's putting in to keep us going. I think the community did a great job in supporting it by shopping local, and whether that was Home Depot or other places. I know that Home Depot was busy no matter what time of day you went in for the last 6 to 8 months. So it's there's a lot of appreciation from my perspective that was given to the locals that shop local, to the businesses that stayed open and worked hard through the pandemic, and the staff that took a lot of it in the chin and did a lot of cuts, and the retirements that went on to help get us here, as well as I can't tell you how many hours that Cleve and Dave have put into making sure this budget was not only balanced, but it supported our community at the same time. And I truly express my appreciation to you guys for what you have done to really make this a success that we see now. So from my standpoint, thank you very much in that effort.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Any further comments? All right. Thank you very much, Dave, for your input and for your report. It was a great report. All right. You gonna give your screen back now?
I'm having a little issue here. Cleve, would you mind undoing that? My computer's at. Oh,
there you go. Great. All right. Thank you very much. There's no action to be taken on that. It was a report. And so we're going to move on to item 12.3. And 12.3 is authorizing the engineering department to prepare and release a request for proposals for.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I believe we did have one hand raised on that item.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Caller 857, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hey, Mayor, you're really going to have to slow down and think about when public comment is allowed. Anyway, I just wanted to give you, I just wanted to give the City Council gigantic kudos to allowing the restaurants to go with their tents on Main Street. It gave us all a great focus on we have to save our local economy. And I think the numbers you're seeing was part of your inspiration to us to go and make sure we saved our local businesses. So kudos to everyone on the City Council for saving our businesses. Just on, okay, so by law, we have to have nexus studies for our fees. Where do we stand for all of those? Because I know we do water, sewer, parks, traffic. How are we on those? Are we good to go? Because I know the county faced a big problem with that years ago. So how are we progressing with getting our nexus fees and studies in place to justify those, to protect ourselves? I can't even read my own writing here. Hold on a second. And looking at the measures J, H, and L, I'm just wondering if it's time to revisit what those were meant to be spent on. I would like to just have a quick little council agenda item for reviewing on what each of those three measures were actually voted on by the people to spend the money on, to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Anyway, that's it for now. That's all.
All right. We're going to wait a second on public comment to make sure we got them all in. I seem to be missing those tonight. My apologies. I will work on that, but his comment was appropriate. I missed it. All right, seeing no more public comments, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item 12.3. Now, I was going to go ahead and read these, but I'm just going to go straight up and state that I have, yes, Cleve?
I'm just going to add one more thing.
Please.
We're past 10 o'clock. We need a motion to continue the meeting, if you could.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to continue.
I'll move. I'll
All
second.
right. A roll call, please. Any discussion on that? All right, none. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor, or excuse me, Mayor Thomas.
Oh, you almost made it. Aye, yes. Okay, thank you, Cleve, for bringing that to my attention. So for item 12.3, I have property within the scope of this project that it would be affected by it. And so for that purpose, I am going to recuse myself. And I will turn the gavel over to Vice Mayor Taylor for her to take over this item 12.3. Thank you. And I'll see you back later.
All right, so 12.3 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the engineering department to prepare and release an RFP for proposals for construction management services on the Broadway sidewalk project. And to approve a utility agreement with PG&E in the estimated amount of $62,215 for the relocation of facilities resulting from construction on the project, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the same. And engineer Rebecca Neves has this report.
Thank you. So the proposed item before you this evening is, as you mentioned, to authorize the engineering department to release a request for proposals for construction management, as well as approve the utility agreement with PG&E to deliver the Broadway sidewalks and Broadway maintenance projects. As you're aware, the Broadway sidewalks project proposes to construct sidewalk at select locations on Broadway between Mosquito Road, Main Street, and Chanel School Road as a gap closure to existing facilities with its primary focus on pedestrian safety within that corridor. The Broadway maintenance project proposes to deliver much needed pavement and infrastructure improvements on Broadway between that same segment. The Broadway Sidewalks project is primarily funded through a federal grant through the Highway Safety Improvements Program, or HSIP for short. And the Broadway Maintenance project is primarily funded through Measure H&L funds, thanks to the voters of Placerville. Both projects have been progressing through the design and right-of-way phases, including utility coordination, and are heading for construction late summer of this year. Because the Broadway Sidewalks project brought to light the need to deliver the Broadway Maintenance project, which includes water main improvements, water service improvements, as well as select sewer improvements and pavement rehab, that makes sense to combine the projects into one construction bid package, which is something the city has done in other projects to capitalize on efficiencies and economies of scale as we deliver the projects. As such, the construction management services consultant contract will also cover both projects, and staff is requesting permission to release a request for proposals for these services. Additionally, the project team has been working with PG&E for some time now on final design of utility relocations necessary to construct the project. Liability determination established at 57.14% for the city and 42.86% on PG&E. All relocation work would be performed by PG&E forces, and the city's estimated cost of $62,215, which is presented to you this evening for your consideration and approval in the form of a utility agreement. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you for that. Are there any questions from the council? Yes, Michael.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just one quick question on the utilities. Is there, I probably know the answer to this, but is there an option to like underground any of those things? And I always think if we're moving utilities, if there's any opportunities to underground anything, or is this just simply moving poles around?
So on this segment in the city, we actually primarily have underground facilities. Yeah, so we're actually the portion that we're relocating is a vault that supports those underground facilities, and it is near the infamous staircase sidewalk. So yeah, so the vault and the grade of the sidewalk, as well as where it's at now, needs to get adjusted and moved back, as well as dropped, so that we can then drop and level the sidewalk to be at true pedestrian level.
Gotcha. So do those in our when we have our PSPSs, are they still de-energized on that side, even if they're undergrounded?
If they're undergrounded, I don't think that they get de-energized. That's why we end up in that really sticky area where half of Main Street is on and half of Main Street isn't, and it's tied more to where the distribution lines are. The distribution lines that are undergrounded do feed from the PG&E yard that's off of Blair's and Broadway, and then it comes down Broadway that way and connects up. And then not being 100% intimately familiar with the entire grid, but there are switch points where then it goes to overhead, and then that's the reason why you end up with half of Main Street on and half of Main Street off. So, but any opportunity that we do where we have the available funding and the wherewithal to be able to underground it, we do. I'm a big advocate for undergrounding electrical.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rebecca.
Sure.
Any other questions for Rebecca? Seeing none, I'll open it up to public comment.
All right, public comment is open for item 12.3. We'll start with caller 857. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. So I'm looking at this item and it's talking mostly about sidewalks. And I'm seeing the gigantic amount of funding coming from Measure L. And I supported Measure L, but it was for roads and pipes. And this whole thing is about sidewalks. So that was where my question came from just a couple minutes ago. Can we please revisit what the public said they wanted when they supported Measure L? Did they support sidewalks, parking lots, yada, yada, or did they support rebuilding the roads and the pipes? So please, can you have an honest discussion of, is it appropriate for Measure L money, $110,000, the majority of this, to go to sidewalks? That's my question. Thank you.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Hello, Rebecca and City Council. Sue Rodman here, Measure H and Measure L committee member. And yes, a lot of this is coming from Measure H and Measure L, but that is to go for the road portion and the sewer and the water line portion. The sidewalk portion is not included in the Measure H and Measure L. Those are strictly roads and pipes. And we've, the Measure H and Measure L committee has reviewed this and said it's really critical that we do connect the whole Broadway corridor going up from Snell School Road all the way into Upper Broadway. And so this got a vote for, yes, we really need to do this. So, and I think Rebecca has done a great job of pulling all the projects together to make the most efficient use of everybody's construction so that people are doing the whole job as a coordinated project instead of splitting it off as Measure H is going to do only this part and Measure L is only going to do this part. And then we have the sidewalks coming from the federal, you know, wrap it all into one, and then it's more efficient and it's more cost effective that way. So Measure H and Measure L committee gave this one a thumbs up. Thanks, Rebecca. That's all.
All right, last call for public comment. All right, bring it back to the council. Would anybody like to entertain a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to move, and I just thought what a great timing that was with Sue right on the heels of the question. So that was great. Thank you, Sue.
Really nice in the public questions. Patty, did you second?
I did.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Can we get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye. I'd just like to say I'm really excited about this project. This area desperately needs sidewalk and it really needs some road improvements and maintenance too. So.
And new paving.
Yeah, so it's great to see this going forward.
It's a real pleasure to drive up there, I'll tell you.
I know. I have the muscle memory of how to navigate around stuff. So
Yeah.
All right, and with that, I'll hand this back over to Mayor Thomas.
Thank you very much for handling that, Vice Mayor Taylor. And we're gonna, and thank you for getting that public comment online without having to be reminded. You're making me look a little bad there, but well done. Adopt a item 12.4, adopt a resolution approving an increase in the traffic impact mitigation or TIM or TIM fees equivalent to the change in the engineering news record construction cost index from January of 2020 to January of 2021. And this will be effective May 10th of 2021, as shown in attachment B. And this is Mrs. Neves.
Thank you. The proposed item before you is actually, for all intents and purposes, considered a routine item. It does increase the traffic impact mitigation fees as stipulated under section 8-15-8 of our city code. And this includes the provision that the TIM fee would be adjusted at January 1 of each calendar year. We've been a little busy, missed that deadline, but we caught up to it later. And as such, that percentage would be equal to the inflation rate of construction costs for the prior year. The inflation rate based on the engineering news record construction cost index for this last year increased by 1.84%. And the proposed fees supporting that increase are summarized in the table in staff's report. Per staff's report, you also may notice that the city's fees remain to be less than the county's fees, save for the minor commercial component. And the reason for this is that the county's program is actually more focused on residential projects as generating the traffic and the most impact. Whereas because of the denseness of the city, our needs are actually focused on the minor commercial retail, which is reflected in the spread out and rural nature of the county of residential over the dense nature of commercial. So, however, because of this denseness, it does, lend to land use impacts to traffic that are triggered more by minor commercial use instead. So that's why they're higher. However, once SB 743 is implemented, none of that will matter. So, which, as you may recall, actually focuses on vehicle miles traveled over current method that really focuses on level of service. Vehicle miles traveled is a pretty self-explanatory measurement, whereas level of service actually talks about the volume of traffic on a given road. So, you really want to, that's going to be encouraging multi-use functions and shared spaces, residential with office space, kind of a goal in mind. The other part too I really want to mention is that staff is actually working towards a full update to the TIM fee program. It does take some time, and it was delayed due to, as I mentioned, Senate Bill 743, which is our implementation plan. And that was actually being prepared by a consultant to the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And SB 743 does do the assessment of changing from vehicle miles or to vehicle miles travel from level of service use. And the city actually piggybacks on the county's traffic model. And we were in the process of waiting for that to be updated. It was recently updated. And so we now have that component, that data point that we can take and then move forward into implementing and updating our own program. City did create a CIP, I believe, back in 2017. And so now we are ready to actually move forward on it. So we'll be releasing an RFP for that probably within the next 6 to 8 months. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Yes, Patty.
Rebecca, is it going to change changing to the, how much is it, are you anticipating that it's going to change?
I mean, in all honesty, I don't know that answer.
You can't
predict. That's part of why the consultant is definitely going to be needed. This is getting into the weeds of the modeling and then looking at countywide growth, city growth, and there's just a lot of data points that have to be considered as we update this program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
What's the timeline like for getting this updated?
As of right now, we are looking at trying to get the RFP out within the next 6 to 8 months. And then it would take about a year of study time and proposal to send out to council for the review and approval.
Okay, so this is,
conservatively. Given staffing restrictions, I'm hesitant to overpromise and underdeliver on this just because we don't have a lot of heartbeats in the office right now. But there's other things that come up that kind of legally necessitate our attention versus this, not that this isn't a legal necessitation, it's competing priorities. Yes.
okay. So it's not, it's kind of more of a long range.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Is that study funded by is that funded by the city then?
It's funded through the TIM fee program, actually.
Okay, so the TIM fee program pays for well, that's slim. Okay.
Right?
Yeah. All right, if there's no other questions for staff, we'll go ahead and move to public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.4, the increase in the TIM fees. We'll start with 857. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So if I heard right, the TIM fee was last legally adopted or expired in 2017. So you're looking at like 4 and 5, 6 years out to get a new one set. And this is what I've been trying to tell you guys. You have to have a valid nexus study to justify your fees. Otherwise, somebody can come back and say, I want a refund. So I know Rebecca's going to spin it nice and pretty, but I'm just trying to protect you guys. You have to have a valid nexus study in place to justify your fees. And you keep adjusting it for inflation, which you can do, which you've done for all these years, but you really have to nail it down and get that set so you can justify the fees. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other any hands up for public comment. Oh, there we have one more. All right.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Thank you. I know that the traffic impact fees are extremely important to the city and the county, and I'm glad to see that you're updating it every year. It will be very interesting to see how the new way of figuring it, what it actually means in reality. So anyway, thank you for updating the fees.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, we'll give it just a second there. All right, seeing we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council for any questions or further comments or a motion.
I'll move for adoption.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, that was Jackie. And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Okay.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. All right, moving right along to item 12.5, review website city promotion video and authorize staff to execute renewal. And I'm going to turn this over to Cleve.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just quickly, hopefully all of you have seen our website videos that we have. We have been participating in this program since 2007. Don't have a whole lot of data by year, but if you look in the report, you'll see that since 2018, there's been a little over 16,000 views of the website videos. For those of you that may be listening, wondering where these are, if you look at the front page of the city's website, there's 5 buttons, or actually more than that, there's six or 7 buttons. Right in the middle of those is one called website videos. I'm going to just quickly share my screen just for a second. You'll see what these look like when they come up. So this is what it is, and I'll just click on this one, the welcome one, quickly, and you'll see some sound with them, etc. And here you'll see former Mayor John Carici.
I'm Mayor John Carici.
our town, rich in gold rush history, is now a vibrant, growing community.
So just an example, and then I want to also show you, if you see wrapped around these are the sponsors of the videos. These are how these videos are paid for. The city does not pay anything for this. We provide a letter to the consultant or the contractor, who then takes that letter and states that the city has approved the program, just so they know they're authorized to do that. Every 3 years, these videos are updated with their program. They're quite professionally done, and I think they do a good job with them. So where we're at now is to update these. Again, we'll have a message from our new mayor. So unfortunately, it falls on, or fortunately for Mayor Thomas, and for those that it doesn't fall on your year, you may not get to do the intro to this, but these would be updated on our website. And we can talk about different content. I was just going to quickly, you have education, quality of life, real estate and relocation, shopping and dining, tourism, and then community organizations. Those are the videos that we currently have on there. We can update those. We could do less. We could, if there's another topic, we could look at doing another topic, but these are the general ones that most communities do. So with that, I think I'll just turn it back to you, Mayor, and see if there's any questions that I can answer on that, and we can go from there.
All right, questions for Cleve? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment.
Public comment is open for item 12.5, the review of the city promotion videos. Sue Rodman, go ahead.
I like them. I think that they really do help figure out what Placerville is all about. You can go through and click and see and they're brief enough that you can get a good idea of what's going on really fast. So I think this was a good thing to do. That's all.
Thank you, Sue. All right, I don't see any further comments, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. We'll bring it back to council for any further comments or a motion.
I'll move to approve the agreement.
I'll second.
All right, we got a tie. I'll give it to Michael. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor? Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right.
Hey. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Point of order. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
And we're gonna not do any other items on the agenda. And does anybody have any comments regarding that?
I'll second the motion.
All right, there's a good comment. And all right, any further discussion?
I can go either way. I mean, I can certainly finish the meeting.
I just wondered if we had anything from our city manager that he needs to, talk about for this pressing.
I didn't have any further reports for tonight. Just a reminder, however, you do have need to return to closed session after this is over.
All right.
Remember?
I think aside from that, I would like to allow item 14 to go forward with any future agenda items, just to make sure that we have that anybody wants to put any future agenda items on there, then that's not bypassed. So if you would amend your motion,
I'll amend it to include item 14.
All right, thank you.
I'll amend my second.
All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right, thank you for accommodating me there, Councilor Zaragoza. So item 14 requested, and this is probably a mute point, but I just wanted to make sure any future agenda items on item 14 for anybody. All right, seeing none. At this time, we're going to adjourn the meeting for just the moment. We're going to go into closed session and continue on a discussion that we previously had started, but we paused our closed session so that we can open up our regularly scheduled meeting as close to on time as possible. So at this time, we're going to go to closed session, and once we're done with our discussion in closed session, we will reappear here, and whatever time that is, and report out of closed session any actions that we have taken. And so at this time, we're going to adjourn the closed session. And if you're not here when we get back, everybody have a good evening, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. As promised, we're back from closed session, and we have, I have to say, I'm impressed. We have 5 attendees that have hung on until this time. So thank you for being here, as well as staff are in the room. So at this point, the last thing we have to do for this meeting is report any action taken in closed session, and that would be for John Driscoll.
And the council did not take reportable action in closed session tonight on either of the 2 items listed for the agenda.
All right. And with that, we have concluded our meeting for the evening, and I will adjourn the meeting at 11:11. And I hope everybody has a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Can I call you?
Good night.